It's game night from the Duneland to the Northwest Crossroads,
Hit hard from the backside. It is
the Greater South Shore,
inside the 20, the 10. He will score.
and the Great Lakes.
And there he goes. Goodbye touchdown.
Our team of correspondents are covering every highlight, big play, and more.
He's got time. Look at end zone. Deflected and picked off.
From the game of the week to the beef of the week and scoreboard updates every 20 minutes, our in-studio team keeps the chains moving
First down
until the final whistle blows. Now, time for the kickoff on game night.
When black cats prowl and pumpkins glean, may luck be yours on Halloween. But first things first, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union, this is Game Night, the show giving you 4 hours of Northwest Indiana's prep football tricks and treats. I am your ghost host, Ben Kolodzinski, eagerly performing the Monster Mash under the Friday night lights. My spooky crew tonight, we have Andrew Johnson flipping the switches, Tom Maloney will tell us ghost stories with his scoreboard updates, and of course, the one, the only, my co-host, the Pumpkin King himself, Wayne Svetanoff. Wayne, how are you today?
I'm all of a sudden chilled. This is just amazing. That was very good.
Well, it's my time of year. It's sectional football time. It's also Halloween time. So I'm getting hit from all sides here. This is pretty much my Christmas.
Boy, I'll tell you, you're celebrating. I'm impressed, bud. I am impressed. And I'm excited. You realize that, number one, there are 3 teams in the area are still unbeaten. Who are they?
We have Hanover Central.
Yes.
We've got Crown Point.
That's right.
And the third one, we've got Knox.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
that's right.
Those are some big games.
That's
all 3 of
right.
them have big games this week.
And the Biggies are back.
Yeah.
They're playing.
Yeah.
The 6A, 5A are playing tonight for the first time in a week. And this is an exciting time.
It is an exciting time, and it's going to be fun to see how some of these teams, they have a week off, they can recover. Are they going to be rusty? We don't know for sure. I do know this much for sure, though. If you're planning on getting scared this Halloween, I've got one more thing that can scare you. If you look over here, there is a camera which is looking at our studio here, and if you want a good scare, you can see our faces here live on air. You can check us out at youtube.com at Lakeshore Public Media, or at facebook.com at Lakeshore Public Media, and see our live feed if you want to see what we really look like, out there.
Children beware.
Children beware. I promise you, I'm not wearing any makeup at this point right now, so not as spooky as it could be. But speaking of being excited, our Sacred Dunes game of the week is going to be a big one. Lafayette Jeff at Crown Point. That one kicks off at 6:30 p.m. That is going to be a battle.
That really is. Jeff comes up here. They're playing a very tough conference. Not tougher than the Duneland, but it's pretty similar. So Crown Point should be ready for this. The second thing is Crown Point is playing at home.
Right.
And that's a big, big deal. So
right. That is a huge deal. It cannot be understated. This is a team that got knocked out that knocked Crown Point out last year.
Right.
This is a powerhouse from Central Indiana coming up north. I have always, if you've listened to us the last 3-4 years, I've always said that long bus ride, it gets teams tight. They have to warm up. They have to kind of get used to, being out there on their feet again. I was never a fan of the long bus ride. That could be a factor in this game.
Yeah, it sure can. There's no doubt about that. The nice thing is the weather right now is beautiful.
Yes. Surprisingly warm.
Yes, surprisingly warm.
We were in the upper 70s here, at least during the day. I'm not sure where we're at right now. We'll have our correspondents kind of give us the lowdown. But also, there's some rain potentially in the forecast, so that could cause some issues here with some of these teams.
Yeah, and anytime it rains, the ball gets slippery, and you have to adjust, change those cleats and whatever you have to do. But this is the time, and the kids I know are fired up.
Oh, yeah.
This is a great time. Like we said last week, you lose, you start another season in basketball or wrestling.
Right.
If you win, you get to move on. And obviously, It doesn't matter your record.
Mm-hmm.
It's how you perform tonight.
Exactly.
How you step up. I don't care if you're 10-0 or 9-0 like Crown Point. Jeff is only 5-4. Okay.
Yeah, but they're tough.
But
yeah,
they play some of the toughest teams
yeah.
in the state.
Absolutely. And speaking of throwing the record out, our beef of the week is Valparaiso at Chesterton. That is a game where you have to throw the records out. This is a bitter rivalry, and it could end up being one of our better games of the night.
And it enhances the motivation because Valpo travels to Chesterton, and I don't care. People say, "Well, that's just a couple of minutes away from their next one." Oh yeah.
As someone who has played in Chesterton's football field, their fans are ravenous. Their marching band is excellent, and they get into the game, and they always have a heavy crowd, and they are vocal, and they create a hostile environment. Valpo, they were state champions last year, coming off, as good of a season as they could have possibly had. But keep this in mind. Chesterton wants to be the team to knock Valpo out of the playoffs. That would be a dream for them.
And Chesterton has struggled a little bit this year,
sure.
And nothing would be better. Nothing would be better to be able to knock off a team like Valpo, who won the state last year.
Right.
But to be a neighboring school and you ended their season.
Right.
Ooh.
Yeah, can you imagine the trash talking that may happen? I don't know if kids trash talk these days or not. I say that somewhat tongue in cheek, I guess. You can't really see the sarcastic look on my face right now because this is radio after all. But these communities are so close, and they're literally separated by like 5 miles, and it's just one road that connects the two of them. So, there were times where some of my good buddies went to Chesterton. People who I played AAU basketball with, people who I played, other sports with. I knew these folks. Mm-hmm. And when we strapped those helmets on, our friendship was over, at least for, the 48 minutes of that football game. Right. And so that's going to be a fun one. And I think that, Valpo's going to be a favorite.
Yep.
But I think Chesterton, any given Sunday, any given Saturday, any given Friday, right? So I think under these lights, you never know what can happen.
Yeah, and the fact that, Chesterton has always had a very good defensive team.
Right.
Now, they've struggled this year because of their quarterback got hurt, Boswell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
McCormick came in and did an excellent job for them, and this Garrett Lewis has done an excellent job for them. But they don't have the depth that Valpo has.
Right.
But if you let Chesterton play with you into the fourth, anything can happen.
Well, of course. Or if you ever let your guard down.
Right.
It would not surprise anyone here that if Valpo came out to a fairly decent, strong lead at the beginning of this game. Chesterton has been shown to be a strong team, a plucky team, and they will continue to fight here. After all, this is sectionals. This is do or die. If you don't win, you go home. And I think Chesterton's going to have a bit of motivation to take out their rival, a heavily favored rival. This could be a lot of fun, and I think that who do we have covering that game today? We've got Russell Broadhacker covering that one of the best in the business here. He's excellent. That's going to be a fun one for him.
Yeah, it is. And, I don't know the situation. He's going to have to find out for us. Is Davis back, their running back for Valparaiso? If he is, that tilts really heavily in favor of Valpo. But if not, they've got other guys. Thomas Berta.
Yeah, Tommy Berta's had an excellent season.
You've got, Clark is a quarterback, very good. Mm-hmm. And he's thrown the ball a little bit more this year and stuff. But Valpo has some things they have to overcome also. Well,
yeah. There is no team that's just going to lay down.
Right.
Valpo has had some injuries here. Chesterton, they've had their share of injuries as well. They're on a backup quarterback and different things along those lines. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams compete. All right, some other games that we have going over here in Sectional 1. We've got Portage at Lake Central. Portage has been so close all season long. Who knows? Maybe this is a time. Lake Central hasn't exactly set the world on fire this year, but Portage is it's almost like they just need to break through that glass ceiling and then be able to see some success. But Lake Central themselves, they're a pretty tough team, despite what their record says.
This as a coach is the most difficult situation in coaching kids.
Right.
Lake Central is 4-5. They would love to get back to 500.
Sure.
Portage hasn't won a game yet. And, kids are kids.
Mm-hmm.
And, this team hasn't won, blah, blah, blah. Portage has been close.
Yes.
Very close.
Yes.
A number of games
right.
in. And just has not been able to get over the hump. And this probably means a heck of a lot more to Portage than Lake Central. Now, I'm not saying Lake Central doesn't want this game.
Right.
There's no doubt about that they do. But this one, Lake Central cannot be looking past Portage to hopefully playing Crown Point.
Right.
They've got to make sure they put Portage away.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see Xavier Williams, what his status for this game is. He's missed a couple here with injuries the last few weeks. This is an Iowa commit, and they love their running backs in Iowa. So they're going to be a lot of what they do depends on his health and his availability. So it'll be interesting to see here. But then again, Portage still has something to prove.
Yeah.
They're that close, and, maybe this is the day they get over the hump. Moving on to Sectional 9, we've got Munster at Maryville. Maryville's going to be a heavy favorite here. I think that Maryville is going to be able to do what they need to do in this game. But then again, any given Friday, right?
That's right.
You never know what can happen.
Munster has the leading rusher in the state,
Right.
in the
region, yeah.
region here, and that doesn't happen very often.
No.
And they like to run the ball, so Maryville's probably going to load the box.
Sure. Yeah.
But you can't discount the quarterback. I think the quarterback for Munster is pretty decent this year.
Yeah.
And if he can get some short passes, some movement that way, that opens up the running game.
Right.
And I'm saying that Munster has a shot here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. It's pretty clear that Maryville is a prohibitive favorite.
Right.
But then again, if you scheme the game right, maybe Maryville has an off day, maybe the ball slips out and a couple turnovers here and there, and we'll see what we got to do. So before we continue on some of our other games, we have an on-the-field segment here with Joe Arredondo, one of my favorite correspondents and co-hosts of the show. He's at covering West Noble and Knox. Joe, how's the weather out there?
Well, I was driving out, and before when I was getting dressed, of course, it said it wasn't going to rain at all till about 10 o'clock, and as we pulled in, there's people with shorts on, and it started raining.
Oh no!
So yeah, I mean, it was typical. Redskins just leaving the field here. Undefeated Knox, 10-0, 10-0 West Noble. Kind of been billed as maybe the premier game in the state tonight in terms of two undefeated teams.
Sure.
I think it's the only one in the state with two unbeaten. And I might have to say this twice for you guys so it fully sinks in. Miles McLaughlin, the Knox slot back, is a sophomore, which means this is the second year, and this is the end of the second year. He already has 2,900 plus yards.
Wow.
For his career.
Ooh.
I think it was 2,900 and maybe 57 or 67 yards going into tonight. So he could go over 3,000 yards for his career tonight.
My
as
goodness.
a sophomore. And he's not a big guy. But, you can do the math. That would probably put him over 100 yards a game average, maybe, for 2 years.
Right.
And then, obviously, Knox undefeated. They played a really good schedule. West Noble, they have three brothers that get it done for them. The stud one is Drew Yates. He's the quarterback. He's a senior. But they have two other Yates boys that played last week. and they came from behind very late to score and win against Mishawaka Marion. And Drew Yates, I think, threw for around 267 yards and a couple of touchdowns last week. So we should see two high-powered offenses, but they did meet last year, and Knox did shut them out. It was 8-0 going into the fourth quarter, and Knox shut them out 22-0. I think I'm back to the future here tonight because I walked in and I looked at the roster, and I could swear this is an old Griffith coaching staff. Because one, two, three, four. Four of the assistants were on the staff with Coach Radke at Griffith. I'm not sure about the other two, but at least four of them were. Obviously, two are Bo and Tyler. But Ted White, of course, longtime coach, assistant coach to Russ, and former coach at North Judson. Teddy, for the region folks that haven't seen Teddy in a while, he has dropped some weight.
Oh, wow. Good.
He looks good, very svelte. And Julio Cisneros, who was a longtime Griffith assistant as well with Coach Radke. I read an article on one of the news sites, that covers high school football in Indiana, and they called Russ Radke the legendary New Prairie coach.
Oh.
And I was like,
Huh.
He might be the legendary Griffith coach. He won a state title with Griffith.
He sure did.
Got to the state finals with North Judson, but I don't think they got to the state finals with New Prairie. So I think he's really the legendary Griffith coach.
Yeah, I think we're going to stick with Griffith here. And don't get me wrong, I love New Prairie. It's no secret. But he's definitely a Griffith guy.
Yes, he is. So maybe high scoring. You guys, what this game's about. It's so difficult to prepare for the triple option in a week. It's difficult to do it in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. And the coaches that play Knox, they all say the same thing. They run it so fast. You can't stimulate that in practice, the speed with which they run their offense with. So how do you prepare for it when they run it so fast? So that's going to be the big key for West Noble. Can they prepare for this offense, and are they going to be able to match the intensity of last week, coming off a huge come from behind win late? Did they come down and get ready for this game tonight? And of course, other significance, Hanover Central could be on a collision course in 2 weeks to play the winner of this game, possibly in Knox.
Okay.
Hanover matchup. I think both those teams would take that right now in the regional. If that happens, they'd both be undefeated. They'd both be 12-0. If you look at the sectional draw, this is supposed to be Knox's most difficult game.
Right.
Marion and West Noble were the top teams in their sectional. So if they win tonight, next week should be an easier opponent. That's not the case for Hanover, obviously. Hanover would have to go through most likely West Lafayette on the road, and that would be a very difficult opponent for them. So a lot of interesting things to look at tonight here, and let's hope the rain stays away.
Joe, I got two questions. Number one, the young man you were talking about, his first name is Miles?
Yep, Miles McLaughlin.
All right. And the second thing is, if Knox wins, are you going to try to get Radke on the radio?
You guys tell me. This is an early kick, so if we have time, if you want me to try,
we'll
Russ
always.
Russ and I go back a long way. He has always been very nice.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of the best. If we can get him, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, if we'll definitely try. If you guys want us to try, definitely. He'll be in a good mood if they win. So
yeah. Let's of course leave it to if he wins. All right, Joe. One more thing, or one last thing. Where do you see this game going?
I really think that Knox is going to be the favorite here tonight. I think, the computer ratings have them as about a 10-point favorite at home. I think it could be that way. It's going to be tough for West Noble coming off the high of that come-from-behind win, being on the road, trying to get up again. Knox's defense did a tremendous job on them last year.
Right.
I just don't know. I mean, Knox's offense is pretty explosive. Over they 41-19 over Lakeland last week.
Right.
So I'm favoring Knox, by 10, and I think that's a good way to look at it. I don't know about Maryville and Munster, though, Wayne. I didn't know where you were going with that. But
yeah, I was just,
He's seeing what he can do. He's seeing what's going on. All right, thank you much, Joe. One of the best in the business.
Run that one by Dr. Reed.
We will. We'll see what Dr. Reed has to say. Joe, you're the best around. We appreciate it. Thanks for the update.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, we'll go from Joe Arredondo to an update from Gary Graben with the on the field segment with Portage at Lake Central. Gary, what's going on?
Well, it's so far a beautiful, breezy night here. We'll see where things are headed. My first trip here to the new Lake Central Stadium. I'm looking for the Wayne Svetanoff plaque. I haven't seen it yet. I'm sure it's here somewhere. But a beautiful night so far. We'll see how it goes. I just had a chance to talk to Coach Richards from Portage, and Coach Richards, who is always so great with the media, doesn't hold back anything. And he let me know, the turnover battle tonight is hugely important.
Sure.
Portage has lost the turnover battle in all 9 of their games. So they have yet to win the turnover battle. If our fans remember, they hung with Lake Central. They had a lead 20-6, but they ended up losing 21-20. But Xavier Williams did not play for Lake Central in that game. So a little bit of I haven't really seen, they're just stretching right now, but everybody expects him to play tonight. So I think he'll be out there as the big hoss for Lake Central. But again, this is a comfortable matchup for Portage. Coach Richards also indicated that this team still needs to learn to fight through when something goes wrong. And he emphasized even something wrong, just like the other team's scoring, that this Portage team tends to hang their head a little bit. So they need to play in a way where they are aggressive, overcoming any mistakes, and always believing in something positive. For Lake Central, this is really, Xavier Williams has not played a ton over the last few weeks, resting up really for sectionals, and I think he's going to get the ball a ton tonight. The breeze tonight is a crosswind, so passing is going to be a little bit more difficult tonight. But for Lake Central, I think there's going to be a lot of dosage of Xavier. And for Portage, it's can they stop him and can they not turn the ball over?
Yeah, fair enough. Did Coach Roy mention anything about his team's attitude and their confidence right now? It's got to be pretty brutal to be unvictorious.
They were in so many games this year. I mean, if you look at their schedule, Northwood, Crown Point, Valpo, they were not in those games. But most of the other games they were in this year, and it comes down to some of the mistakes. So he is still confident. He used the expression 3 steps forward, 2.5 steps back with this squad.
Yeah.
That they have made progress. Things are going better. The boys start believing a little bit more. But how much the big difference between going 0-10 and 1-10 would be for this team.
Yes.
To get that win going into the offseason would be huge, and to beat a school like Lake Central that has a number of talented players, but especially a D1 running back, I think that would go a long way. For Lake Central, this is one of those games they expect to win. They've beaten Portage now a number of times in a row. They expect to win this game. I'm sure they're not looking ahead at Crown Point, but they know what's out there if they win this game tonight.
Yeah, for sure. So Gary, where do you see this game going?
Well, I think again, if people are daring to pass, if this breeze is really kicking up even right now as we're talking.
Yeah, we can hear it on your phone there.
Yeah, that might be me out of breath because I did just climb up the stairs. But if this game really, if somebody's going to dare to pass, that is a high-risk, high-reward option tonight because for Lake Central, they know Portage is going to have 9 in the box. They will have everybody but Coach Richards standing there 5 yards from the line of scrimmage. So at some point, Lake Central may have to throw the ball, whether the conditions really allow it or not, even if it's just a short passing game. But I think that's going to be the key is if you can get a little plays outside of the norm here, outside of what you're really expecting, because everybody knows Xavier's going to touch the ball, but can you get a few passes, just short passes? Can you get a few passes? Can you field punts and kickoffs will be another big issue tonight. So, again, I think for here, Lake Central certainly with the home field would be a slight favorite. Again, Portage just needs – if Portage could score first, it would go a long way for them tonight.
All right. Thank you, Gary. We appreciate the updates, and looking forward to hearing more from you as this day goes on.
Sounds good, boys.
All right. Thank you much. That's Gary Graben with an on-the-field segment at Portage at Lake Central. We're going to go from Gary Graben to Dr. Reed Amons, who's got an update with Munster at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Oh, what a wonderful night for high school football and for the 5A and 6A schools, getting a chance to get into tournament play here since they had the bye week last week. But I know Maryville fans, Munster fans, very excited about tonight to see what transpires on the football field. How's the weather out there, Reed? So far, it's okay. I think it's going to be better tonight than it's going to be here in a couple of days. But it's tolerable for Northwest Indiana tournament football. We'll say that for sure. So, I don't think it'll be a major factor tonight. Hopefully, as the night goes on, it'll stay okay, and we'll see how it ends up here.
Dr. Reed, this is a challenge for Maryville in the sense that, realistically as kids, they're thinking, okay, this is Munster, and they may not be as good. I think they've really improved, but they may not be the same level as Maryville. How does Coach, keep them from being overconfident?
Yeah, and it's a very similar situation to what Maryville's seen the last year or two in the tournament, where they do play a very good, very tough regular season with the Duneland Athletic Conference for sure. And then when they get into sectional play, they may play some teams that they would be highly favored over. So Coach C certainly is accustomed to having these kinds of conversations with his teams. And again, you're not necessarily playing against your opponent, but you're playing against yourself, and you want to play your best game to your abilities. You don't want to play, maybe more than what you're capable of, and certainly you want to give your best effort and play your best football. You want to limit penalties. You want to limit the number of turnovers that you may have. You want to create those things when you're on defense, especially. You want to make sure that you're maintaining your block. So you're playing against yourself. You're playing against the film that you're going to be watching. You want to make sure that you don't do anything that would cost your team, a score or a touchdown, or put your team in a position where they're going to be behind the eight ball a little bit. Right. And so I know certainly Coach Cease is going to have his team prepared, and you just want to come out and play your best game. And regardless of who your opponent is, you want to play the best that you can, and certainly work on the small things, and just try to get better each and every play. And if that ends up to where you get a chance to advance into the next week, great. And you certainly want to leave it all out on the field, and certainly do not want to waste any opportunities that you get, because you only get one chance at this point.
That's right.
As soon as you lose, you're done. And if you don't come out ready to play, another team's going to beat you. And we see it all the time in college and in the NFL, where maybe an underdog wins, and you don't want to be that team that you don't want to be that favorite that underperforms, and then you regret it, especially for those seniors who may be putting on the uniform for the last time, any week now.
Reed, how is Maryville's health? Is everybody good that was maybe banged up?
Yeah, I think for the most part, you're going to see most of the starters out there and most of your key players. Certainly, if the opportunity presents itself to rest a player, from time to time, or if the score does end up getting to where you don't need all of your starters out there for long durations, then I would certainly see Coach Cease not pushing the limits for anyone in particular. And certainly, again, we're talking about high school student athletes, 16 to 18-year-olds, coaching staffs and athletic trainers and so forth. Team doctors are not going to put a student athlete in a position where they may injure themselves or make themselves more injury prone by playing more. So I'm sure pay attention to that, and that is one thing about the bye week that was really beneficial for 5A and 6A teams, is that they do get that extra week of rest, and you get a Friday night where you're not banging heads against somebody else and get a chance to recover a little bit. So I'm fully expecting a majority of the starters to be out there tonight for the Pirates.
All right, one more question before we let you go, Dr. Reed. Where do you see this game going tonight?
I see the game going to Broadway over at Demery Stadium. I would think that Maryville would be favored tonight. Certainly, if you look at Sagan ratings and computer rankings and so forth, strength of schedule, those kinds of things, I would think the Pirates would be the favorite tonight. But like I said earlier, you never know. These are 16 to 18-year-olds, and strange things can happen from time to time. But I think Pirates tonight, and they'll be looking maybe in a week from now for their, I believe, 5th consecutive sectional championship. But we'll see. You got to play the game. We play it for a reason, and we'll see what happens.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update here, and looking forward to hearing more from you as this day goes on.
Sounds great, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Munster at Maryville. All right, we've reached 6:30 here. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. This is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
This is Halloween, pumpkin scream in the dead of night.
This is the time of the year that things go bump in the night. The scary and the unexplainable cause such a fright. Join us if you dare for Snap Judgment's Halloween Spooktacular. Host Glenn Washington will bring you true-life supernatural stories told firsthand by people who can barely believe it happened themselves. Be afraid. Tune in on All Hallows Eve, beginning at 9 a.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Do not miss it.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
Ball here at Game Night. Set Class 6A Sectional 1. The game of the week. The Lafayette Jeff Broncos 5-4, got to make the trip up I-65 to take on the 9-0 Crown Point Bulldogs. That game just getting set to kick off. It's a 6:30 start. Lafayette Jeff defeated Crown Point 38-28 last year in the sectional championship. Portage taking on Lake Central. That's a 7 o'clock kickoff. Lake Central won 21-20 in Week 3 for those two familiar foes in the Duneland. 6A Sectional 2, the Fort Wayne Carroll Chargers are at Warsaw to take on the Tigers. That was a 6 o'clock kickoff. Warsaw up already 10-0. Drew Sullivan had a 23-yard touchdown run, a QB keeper, and Mason Smith added a 43-yard field goal for the Tigers to go up 10-0 over Carroll midway through the second quarter. Carroll has won the last 2 matchups against Warsaw, both of them in sectional play. The Elkhart Lions taking on the Penn Kingsmen. Again, another 6 o'clock start. Penn already up 14-0. Jake Ballas with a short touchdown run late in the first quarter, and before him, QB1 Nolan McCullough sprinting 36 yards for his own QB keeper. Penn has defeated Elkhart in the last 4 matchups, including Week 5's 21-0 victory. The Kingsmen are 4-1 all-time against the Lions all-time. 5A Sectional 9, the Munster Mustangs taking on the Maryville Pirates. The Pirates have won the last 3 matchups against Munster dating back to 2008. The Hammond-Morton Governors at 4-4 travel right across the street, it feels like, to Hammond Central to take on the Wolves. That also is a 7 o'clock start. Morton won 56-3 in Week 6. 5A Sectional 10, the Valpo Vikings at the Chesterton Trojans. The beef of the week. Ben, you know something about that. Valpo was victorious 28-14 in Week 5 over Chesterton. Michigan City is at LaPorte tonight. Michigan City won 35-0 just 2 weeks ago over those Slicers. 4A Sectional 17, the New Prairie Cougars at 8-2, taking on the Kankakee Valley Cougars with a K. KV is 0-3 against New Prairie in their last 3 matchups in 2013, 2014, and in 2022. The Cougars with a C have outscored KV 176-9 in those last 3 matchups. The Highland Trojans are at Culver Academy to take on the Eagles. That's a 6:30 start as well. These two teams haven't faced each other since the opening weeks of 2003 and 2004, in which Highland won both matchups. My own personal Roman Empire, Class 3A Sectional 25, the Boone Grove Wolves taking on the Hanover Central Wildcats. Boone Grove 8-2, Hanover Central 10-0. Recency bias plays in, as the Wildcats have won the last 3 matchups by big scores, but the Wolves own the all-time record against Hanover. They're 5-4. Take that, Kevin Driscoll. The West Lafayette Red Devils at 7-3 travel to take on the 6-4 Rensselaer Central Bombers. The Red Devils have won the last 9 straight matchups against the Bombers, including a 40-6 victory in Week 5. Rensselaer's last victory against West Lafayette came in 2014, though this is actually the first time that these two teams will have faced each other in the sectionals. In Class 3A Sectional 26, Fairfield Falcons taking on the John Glenn Falcons. The Falcons are 6-0 dating back to 1997. That's John Glenn, as they've beaten Fairfield, including last season's 24-7 sectional victory. The West Noble Chargers 10-0 taking on the Knox Redskins 10-0. We'll be getting updates from Joe Arredondo all night long on this game. So far as I can tell you, Knox is undefeated all time against West Noble. They're 1-0. Having defeated the Chargers last season 22-0 in sectional play. Class 2A Sectional 33, the Wheeler Bearcats taking on the Bremen Lions. Bremen beat the Bearcats in sectional play last season 35-21. The Lions are 3-0 all time against Wheeler. The LaVille Lancers, I just love these names, at 9-1, taking on the Whiting Oilers at 7 o'clock tonight. LaVille won the most recent matchup, last season's opening sectional game, 51-6. Class 1A Sectional 41, the South Newton Rebels travel to North Judson to take on the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays are 3-0 against the Rebels, including a big 74-6 victory in sectional play last season. And the Triton Trojans at 7-3 travel to Culver to take on the Cavaliers, who are 1-9. That's a 6 o'clock start. Still waiting on our first updates for that one. Triton is 3-0 in the last 3 meetings and defeated Culver 58-6 in Week 5. Culver's last victory against Triton came in 2019. And of course, if you are looking for it, World Series Game 1, the Arizona Diamondbacks travel to Arlington take on the Texas Rangers. First pitch set for 7:03. In for Steve Schmidt, I'm Tom Maloney. This is your Game Night Scoreboard Update.
Horror movies tell us a lot about our cultural anxieties. And lately, it's been very interesting to see who's seen as a hero and who's seen as a monster.
Anything that we consider repulsive winds up in horror. It's a pressure gasket for sort of our national imagination.
We're analyzing decrepit hags and final girls in horror. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
I love Bullseye because Jesse's enthusiasm and excitement is totally catching and infectious.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, how many words can you make out of the letters in Ira Glass's name? And what's the best word? Ira himself tells me the answer, plus soul singer Betty LaVette. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in for Bullseye, Saturday evening at 5, here on Lakeshore Public Media.
I was at my home in Washington, D.C. when I learned that my neighbor knew someone who had been taken hostage by Hamas in Gaza. So I've come here to Israel to find his family. I'm Steve Inskeep. We'll co-host Morning Edition from Israel next week on NPR News.
Tune in for Morning Edition from 4 to 9 a.m. with local news beginning at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
What am I going to break up from? There's no boyfriend activity going on here. I'm helpless in a hospital bed. What am I going to say? I want to start seeing other patients?
Join us for stories that prove things aren't always as they appear. That's next time on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM. From Muddy Waters to Toronzo Cannon and Buddy Guy to Wayne Baker Brooks, the blues lives on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM every Friday night, beginning at 10 p.m. following game night. Cruise the blues with Mr. Jack. Visit all of your friends of the blues and wrap up with Blues Before Sunrise. Friday night is Blues Night here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org or on your smart speaker.
On the next Radio Lab, we travel to a tropical American paradise where the beaches are plentiful.
So many palm trees.
The people are patriotic.
Highest rates of military enlistment of any U.S. state or territory.
But
this is the only place in the world that is U.S. soil and people who are born here are not citizens.
American Samoa on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. This is Game Night, and this is everyone's favorite time of the week. This is Wayne's World.
Wayne's World, Wayne's World, party time, excellent.
The best intro in all of sports. For Wayne Svetanoff's Wayne's World. All right, Wayne, what do we got in the Little Five?
Week 11, okay,
Yes.
Little Five. River Forest is number 5, and they lost last week, but they've had a good season.
Yes.
And Aiden Silver is really, really an excellent athlete.
Yeah, very dynamic. We've heard from him all year. And he's been an exciting player here in Northwest Indiana.
Number 4 is Rensselaer at 6-4. They're starting to make the turn, and they're playing pretty well. And their game against West Lafayette's a big one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. West Lafayette's a good program, but Rensselaer's a good program too, and they're starting to, like you said, turn the corner.
North Judson is number 3 at 6-4, and again, Judson is playing South Newton. South Newton really likes to throw the ball more than run it, and Judson likes to run the ball, so it'll be a good game. It's at North Judson. Number 2 is Wheeler. Wheeler didn't play. They had the bye last week.
They had the bye last week. They were lucky in their sectional there.
They're 6-3, and they traveled to Bremen, and Bremen did a number last week.
Yes, they did.
And it's going to be a tough one for Wheeler.
Yeah, tough draw there, but that bye week can help them kind of rest up and be fresh for this game.
That's right. And number 1 in the Little 5 is West Central.
Yeah.
9-1 on the season, and they play at Tri-Central. When I was making up my list of games of all the sectionals, and I put Tri-Central in, I thought, did they mean Tri-County? No, where's Tri-Central? But that's going to be a good game, and West Central has a good opportunity here to move on.
Sure, absolutely. So to recap the Little 5, at number 5 we have River Forest. At number 4 we have Rensselaer. At number 3 we have North Judson. At number 2 we have Wheeler. And at number 1, at 9-1, West Central. I think that's a pretty good list. I got nothing to complain about there. Let's go ahead and go over the top 10. What do you got for the top 10, Wayne?
Hey, number 10, and a team that played well last week. They have a real tough game.
Oh yeah,
they've traveled to New Prairie tonight, but they're 5-5, Kankakee Valley, and there is no doubt that they would love to be 6-5 after.
Oh tonight. Yeah, that would be a huge upset. That game is actually. Is it at New Prairie?
Yeah, no, it's at
Kankakee Valley.
Valley.
So they're going to have the opportunity to have a little bit of home field advantage. So hopefully that works out for them.
Number 9 is Hobart. They are 7-3 on the season, and they've had a good season. I know they're out of the tournament, but at 9-3, they've had some, or 7-3, they've had some good wins this season.
Yes, they have.
Number 8 is Boone Grove at 8-2. Mark Rowland is the name that everybody in the region is talking about. What a passer. He leads the area in passing. Constantly throwing between 3 and 4 touchdowns a game.
And an intelligent kid and a well-spoken kid. We had him on the show. The type of person that you want to build your program around.
They've jumped here in the poll this week. So Boone Grove is number 8. Number 7 is Hammond Central, 5-4. And they've got we haven't talked about this, and we'll probably talk about this during the night. But they've got a tough one. They play at home, but they play Morton.
Right.
And Hammond Morton really did a number on them.
Laid it on them, for sure.
Now, the question is Deshaun Woods back?
That's an important question.
And but they're 5-4. They're at home, so there's always a chance here. Number 6 is Michigan City. They are 5-4. They play the first time this week. They were off, and they travel to a huge rival, and that is LaPorte.
Right.
And, again, this is one of those games you throw the records out of the window.
Right.
Michigan City has struggled at LaPorte in the past, so we're going to see about that one. But City is number 6.
So before we get into the top 5, we're going to go ahead and take a call from Joe Arredondo with West Noble at Knox. Joe, what's going on up there?
All right, my first opening drive, Miles McLaughlin went in from 5 yards away. He also scored a 2-point conversion. So 4:11 to go, first quarter, and it was 8-0 Knox. Redskins just got a sack. West Noble had a 4th and 1, and Knox had a little run blitz going. Had Drew Yates in the backfield, but he made a tremendous athletic move to get the first down. But now a blitz and a sack is going to put West Noble in 2nd and long. That was number 33, Keegan Effridge, who had the sack. Looking at Knox's roster, they are a very young team as well.
Right.
They have a few seniors. Now they're throwing the deep ball way over the head of the intended receiver. They have a lot of sophomores playing and a lot of juniors playing as well. So 8-0 early here with 3:28 to go in the first quarter. First offensive possession for West Noble.
All right. Thank you much, Joe. We appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
All right, thank you much. That was Joe Arredondo with an update from West Noble at Knox. All right, we're going to return to Wayne's World here. It seems like,
we just got Knox, and that's who's the fifth team in the.
It's funny how that works out. Number 5 is Knox.
They are undefeated, and again, we really don't know much of their roster, but they're certainly scoring points already up 7-0 over an undefeated West Noble team. So this is going to be a good one. Number 4, Maryville, it's 7-2. And Munster comes in to play Maryville. Right. And, again, for sure, Maryville should have this game, won and tucked away, but it's sectional time. They had a week off. How did the kids respond? And certainly that Munster is preparing for it.
Absolutely.
That's number 4. Number 3 is Valparaiso, 7-2, a huge game for them because it's a rival, a huge rival. And Valparaiso has to travel to Chesterton, not playing at home.
Right.
Number 2 is Hanover Central, one of our undefeated teams in Northwest Indiana, other than Knox right now. And you've got Hanover Central, and they have just been outstanding all year long when you look at them. But I really like this game against Boone Grove.
Yeah.
Boone Grove will give them a test. Boone Grove is 8-2. Hanover Central is undefeated, and it is at Hanover Central Field.
Yeah.
So
those fans get crazy there. They're going to be another advantage for Hanover Central.
Oh, yeah. And then number 1 in the area here is the Crown Point Bulldogs. They are 9-0, and they play a very tough Lafayette Jeff team. And like you said earlier in the show, Jeff knocked Crown Point out last year. Right. So there's motivation there.
There is motivation.
And Crown Point is at home, so that's another thing.
Yeah, Crown Point is at home. Tom Maloney from the stats desk did have an update on that game, Tom. Right now there's an update on the Lafayette Jeff and Crown Point score. What do you got there?
Yeah, the Broncos just added a field goal to go up 10-0 over Crown Point. The Crown Point's defense is bend but don't break as the Broncos bucked their way into the red zone but couldn't find pay dirt. The 27-yard field goal from Garrido was good. I'm working on tracking down a first name for the the Lafayette Jeff kicker, so I'll get that as soon as I can. But right now, it is all Lafayette Jeff. The Broncos, after scoring that 55-yard touchdown reception for DJ Young to take a 7-0 lead, immediately countered with an onside kick.
Oh,
Crown Point Bulldogs had recovered, couldn't do anything with a short field, had to punt it immediately back to Jeff. Jeff then drove down. They started at their own 42-yard line, so really great field position there for Jeff early on. You'd guess right now that the Bulldogs were the ones that drove down I-65, and that is clearly not the case. Lafayette Jeff has come to play despite being 5-4 and seeing some struggles and some inconsistencies throughout the season. The Bulldogs getting a real test this evening.
All right, thank you, Tom. We appreciate that update. Yeah, that's a little bit surprising.
Yeah,
Crown Point, our number 1 team is down by 2 scores almost immediately in this game. That's going to be really tough.
Tom, brought up the fact that, Crown Point, Crown Point has struggled a little bit in their early going of games this year.
Sure, a little bit.
But has come back after the half. So that could be a big thing. But Lafayette Jeff, up 10-0, that doesn't bode well. Crown Point needs to wake up and get moving on the offense.
Again, do or die. We have 2 years in a row where Lafayette Jeff knocks off the best team in Northwest Indiana. We're going to have to see. Speaking of that game, we have Chris Gloff with an update from the Crown Point versus Lafayette Jeff, our Sacred Dunes game of the week. Chris, what's going on up there?
Hey, guys, what's going on? Yes, we are 3:04 left in the first quarter, and Lafayette Jeff leads Crown Point Bulldogs 10-0. Kind of punch in the mouth right from the get-go of the game. On the kickoff, the ball ricocheted off of the receiver of Crown Point. It was a turnover for Lafayette Jeff. They took that ball, and approximately a 32-yard pass to the end zone scored a quick touchdown. Crown Point then next possession went 3 and out, and on the next possession for Lafayette Jeff, they ran it down the field. And sorry, the action is right here on the side of the field. Early just had a big run and fired the crowd up. Lafayette Jeff took it down the field and couldn't get it into the end zone. And, man, they've got a kicker. He put a bullet through the upright to make it 10-0. Crown Point on the ensuing kickoff has now driven it down to the 32-yard line of Lafayette Jeff, now on a big Ehrlich run, and they are threatening with 2:28 left in the first quarter.
Chris, is Lafayette Jeff looking like a throwing team, or have they used the run at all?
Both. They've been very balanced. Ellison now just drove it down to the 20-yard line, so Crown Point starting to put it together. But Jeff has been very balanced. They've got a very quick running back who had some nice maneuvers on their second possession to get it down to the 15-yard line that led to that field goal. And their quarterback has got a nice little arm who's put the ball on spot. That was a real kick in the gut to Crown Point on the first possession after the muff kickoff return, and just threw a bullet to the end zone to a wide open receiver, and you could just see the Crown Point players standing around looking like, what just happened? But Crown Point's now settled down, 20-yard line, second down, 1:45 left in the first quarter.
All right, thank you, Chris. We appreciate the update. You're going to have an exciting one there, I have a feeling.
Absolutely. We'll be in touch.
All right, thank you much. That was Chris Gloff with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Lafayette Jeff at Crown Point. So, Wayne, at this point, Crown Point is the number one team in Northwest Indiana, and it's almost like a repeat of last year. They're down early. What do they need to do you as a coach, me as a player? What do we need to do if you're Crown Point to come back in this game?
Well, the first thing is that the next couple of possessions, we need to see how Crown Point reacts to being down.
Right.
And Coach Bazia is not going to let them pout and put their head down.
No, of course not.
They're going to come back. In fact, they're on the drive right now with Ellison. I believe the Crown Point, the team has the ball on the 20-yard line or something like that. They need to score. I don't care if it's a field goal or a touchdown. Well, I'd like a touchdown.
Of course. You need to put points up.
But they need to put points on the board. You're right.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an interesting scenario here because they've been steamrolling most teams here in Northwest Indiana, and they really haven't been punching them out as hard as they had been for this game. It's going to be interesting to see how they respond.
Yeah, I totally agree, and that's kind of the same scenario with Knox. Knox put up they are leading 8-0. How will an undefeated West Noble at 10-0 respond to a very physical team that Knox provides? Yeah,
Knox with an early touchdown here in this game, and we're going to be keeping our eyes on there with Joe out there and making sure that two of the premier teams in lower classes going head-to-head here, two undefeated teams, and it's going to be an interesting one. Well, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a quick break. This is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell, your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. We've kicked Steve out to the game tonight. He'll be getting us the details and updates from New Prairie and Kankakee Valley. But first, the Sacred Dunes game of the week. It had been all Lafayette Jeff. They were up 10-0 until just moments ago. Crown Point gets on the board. It is 10-7 now. The Lafayette Jeff Broncos leading the Crown Point Bulldogs. Crown Point's defense bending but not breaking. The Broncos had bucked their way into the red zone but couldn't find pay dirt. They hit a 27-yard field goal to give them 10. They opened the game up with a 55-yard touchdown reception from DJ Young, who shredded the Crown Point secondary. And Lafayette Jeff went for the onside kick immediately following that touchdown. Crown Point recovered but couldn't do anything with it. Ended up having to punt away on short yardage. Lafayette Jeff defeating Crown Point last year 38-28 in the sectional championship. But again, the Bulldogs getting on the board. It is now 10-7, Jeff with the lead. Portage and Lake Central getting set to kick off here in just a moment. 6A Sectional 2, Fort Wayne Carroll Chargers taking on the Warsaw Tigers. Warsaw up 10-3, including a Drew Sullivan keeper, a 23-yard touchdown for QB1 there. They added a 43-yard Mason Smith field goal. Carroll got on the board with a 30-yard field goal from Victor Barreto. The game now at the half. This stat line, Warsaw has 21 plays, all runs for 121 yards. Reed Zollinger with 18 carries for 73 yards. Drew Sullivan has 7 carries for 38 yards, and the game's only touchdown. Over 16 minutes on the time of possession for Warsaw in the first half alone. Last update we had from Penn and Elkhart was Penn was up 21-0 over Elkhart. Noah McCullough scoring his second touchdown of the evening. Another quarterback keeper from about 3 yards out. The extra point was good in that one. Munster and Maryville getting set to kick off here in just moments. Hammond Morton taking on the Hammond Central Wolves. That game also getting set to kick off here in just a moment. The beef of the week, the Valpo Vikings and Chesterton Trojans playing in Chesterton. That game also getting set to kick off here in just a matter of moments. Another 7 o'clock start. Of course, Michigan City at LaPorte. The Wolves beat the Slicers 35-0 just 2 weeks ago. Class 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie Cougars with a C taking on the Kankakee Valley Cougars with a K. KV is 0-3 against New Prairie in their last 3 matchups. The Cougars with a C have outscored KV 176-9 in those last 3. We're still waiting on score updates from Highland at Culver Academy. That game kicked off at 6:30. Class 3A Sectional 25, this is my Roman Empire. Recency bias plays in. The Wildcats have won the last 3 matchups by big scores. The Wolves, though, own the all-time record against Hanover. They're 5-4. That game being played at Hanover Central and kickoff getting set. The West Lafayette Red Devils at 7-3, traveling to take on the Rensselaer Central Bombers. The last score update we had from that one, or rather, we don't have a score update yet for that 6:30 start. We will work on tracking that one down. Last score update we had for Fairfield and John Glenn. The John Glenn Falcons leading the Fairfield Falcons 14-8 in the second quarter. And elsewhere in Class 3A Sectional 26 action, Knox up 8-0 over West Noble. Miles McLaughlin with a touchdown run coming off of a high snap from 5 yards out. He also scored the 2-point conversion for the Redskins. Class 2A Sectional 33, Bremen is up 6-0 over Wheeler in the first quarter of that game. We will try to get you more information as it comes down the pipeline. Excuse me, that's 6-3, not 6-0. It's 6-3 Bremen over Wheeler in the first quarter there. And LaVille traveling to Whiting, the 9-1 Lancers. Whiting wins the toss. They choose to defer, and LaVille will receive the ball first. And, of course, 1A Sectional 41, South Newton Rebels traveling to North Judson to take on the Blue Jays. That's a 6 o'clock start. And Triton Trojans at Culver to take on the Cavaliers. The South Newton and North Judson game, 7 o'clock start. Triton and Culver, a 6 o'clock start. Still no updates, though, from Triton at Culver. And, of course, World Series Game 1 action. The Arizona Diamondbacks and Texas Rangers. First pitch set for right now. For Game Night, I'm Tom Maloney.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage, Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. As you travel across Northwest Indiana and into Chicago, take Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM along for the ride. With our newly expanded signal, we're with you from the southern corner of Michigan and into Chicago, and of course across Northwest Indiana. From the dunes at Lake Michigan to the windmills of Wolcott, Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM is along for the ride, wherever you call home.
On the next Radio Lab, we travel to a tropical American paradise where the beaches are plentiful.
So many palm trees.
The people are patriotic.
Highest rates of military enlistment of any U.S. state or territory.
But
this is the only place in the world that is U.S. soil and people who are born here are not citizens.
American Samoa. On the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
There are politicians on both sides of the aisle who agree on one thing. Veterans with PTSD should be able to take psychedelic drugs.
Welcome to the Psychedelic 20s.
Psychedelic-assisted therapy is moving towards legalization.
We have to think outside the box.
But some veterans aren't waiting.
If I needed to be a martyr to disrupt the entire system, then that's what I'm here for.
On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
I'm Farai Chidea. This week on Our Body Politic, award-winning author Tanana Reeve-Dew talks Black horror.
We get to be the protagonist in this story. We're not the sidekick. We're not the sacrifice. This is our agency, our story, and you can learn from us.
That's on Our Body Politic, a show about creating a world we want to live in.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 10 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
What am I gonna break up from? There's no boyfriend activity going on here. I'm helpless in a hospital bed. What am I gonna say? I wanna start seeing other patients?
Join us for stories that prove things aren't always as they appear. That's next time on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM.
Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We're going to go right to the action. We got Jason Hill with an update from Boone Grove at Hanover Central. Jason, what's going on?
Hey guys, got a quick first quarter score update for you here. It is 7-0 Boone Grove.
Ooh.
In the first quarter here, down in Cedar Lake. It was Boone Grove's first possession of the game, and they tested that Hanover secondary a little bit. A couple of big completions, one to Josh Oglesby, set up the 29 touchdown yard pass, which was actually completed to Samir Del Rio for the Wolves. So it is 7-0 Boone Grove with about 8.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. That roar in the background there, Hanover is responding here on this drive. 2 quick passes from Matt Kuntz and found a couple of receivers out in space here. And while I have you live update, it is now 7-6 pending the extra point. We just had a touchdown run by Jacob Schmidt for Hanover Central with about 36 yards. So correction on the update, it is now 7-6.
Oh, wow.
Boone Grove pending the extra point with about 8:20 to go in the first quarter.
So, Jason, who scored easier?
Hanover definitely had that easier time there. It only took about 4 plays. And a couple of pass plays marched them down the field, and that set up that 36-yard run from the Wildcats to even up this game by Jacob Skaminsky. Boone Grove had to actually earn their touchdown there. They went on an impressive first drive, picking up a couple of big third downs. One was a beautiful, about a 25-yard catch by Josh Oglesby for the Wolves, which set up, like I said, that touchdown pass for their first score. So Boone Grove set to get it back here. We're all tied up now, 7-7, with about 8:20 to go here in the first quarter.
Jason, is Roland quarterbacking for Boone Grove?
It was Kuntz that was out there on that first drive.
For Boone Grove.
Oh, I'm sorry, for Boone Grove. That Boone Grove at quarterback, it was Mark Rowland.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it kind of looks like you've got a game that I like where 2 quarterbacks, Matt Kuntz and Mark Rowland, are going to put on a show for you.
Could be. I was talking to Gary Graven on the way in here. We kind of tag teamed the route and dropped him off at Lake Central, and he said that this Boone Grove team was fun to watch. So they proved it there on that first drive. We'll see what they got here on their second.
All right. Thank you much, Jason. We appreciate the update.
All righty, guys.
That was Jason Hill with an update from Boone Grove at Hanover, tied 7-7 just 11 minutes after kickoff. So I don't even know how much time was left in that game. I forgot to ask him. But they're off to an awfully quick start.
Awfully quick. And that's personally, that's the type of game I like, where the teams move quickly and you've got 2 outstanding quarterbacks and 2 really, really good teams. I mean, Boone Grove's 8-2, and Hanover Central is undefeated.
Absolutely. And speaking of 2 really, really good teams, we've got Joe Arredondo out there with an update from West Noble at Knox. Joe, what's going on?
We are still at 8-0 with 1:10 to go in the first half.
Wow.
West Noble has only had 2 possessions.
Wow.
The second drive was outstanding. They got all the way down inside the 15-yard line with a first down and 10. And it was a deflected pass, and Jaden Strong, one of the few seniors that plays for Knox, made the interception off the deflection in the end zone.
Wow.
And since that time, Knox has had about an 8-plus minute drive. Right now, they just got hit with a procedure penalty, but they have third down. Let's see, it's going to be third down at about 9, but they have just totally eaten up the entire clock here in the first half, much like they did last year. They just don't give you many opportunities to score the football because their defense gets you off the field, and then they just hold on to the ball. Here's a long pass off the hands, a little overthrown, incomplete. They went for the touchdown there, and McLaughlin's pass just off the hands of Jake Conroy, incomplete. So it's going to be 4th down, and we'll see if they try a field goal or not, because they had the kicker that kicked off has a good leg, but they're not. We're talking about what Coach Radke here. They're not really sure that they know what a field goal is here.
Hey, Joe.
But it's 4th and 7. Yes.
I was just wondering, what's Strong's first name?
Jaden Strong had the pick off the deflection.
Can you repeat that again? The first name?
Jaden. Jaden.
Jaden Strong. So how's this 4th down lining up, Joe?
West Noble just called a timeout.
Okay.
Knox has thrown the ball a few times tonight. On their first drive, they had a 4th and long inside West Noble territory, and Miles McLaughlin, who plays quarterback, plays slot back, kind of does it all. They have a different quarterback that comes in and hands it to him sometimes. So he did loft the pass up, and the receiver made a great adjustment to come back and catch the football to keep that first drive going that scored the touchdown. And that one was just a hair overthrown. He did have a receiver open in the end zone, but they're not comfortable throwing the football. Obviously, that's not what they want to do. They want to run the ball and wear you down. And they've done a tremendous job in this second quarter here of just not allowing West Noble to get on the scoreboard. And West Noble's got some dudes. They got 3 or 4 guys that have handled the ball that can run. They had a huge play and a touchdown-saving tackle by Knox, which flipped the field and got them down in scoring territory. But they've got some speed in their skill. But they just had nothing. Obviously, if you're going to be scoring 40 points like you did last week,
right?
You've got to have that. But they just haven't had many bites at the apple here because Knox has kept their offense off the field.
All right, thank you, Joe. We appreciate the update. Give us a call when
here's
there's some
the
more.
4th down.
Oh, here we go.
Here's the 4th down real quick. They throw it to the stick, and the catch is made, and I think he's got the first down. That was Rowan Jordan who came in at quarterback that time and got it away to the sticks, and they're going to have a first down with 30 seconds left, and now Knox is going to call a timeout.
All right, Joe, it sounds like you got some action going on here. We've got full phone lines. Do us a favor, give us a call back.
I'll call you back and let you know if they score here.
Sounds good.
They've got 2 more timeouts. They're going to stop the clock here if they don't get it.
All right, fair enough. We appreciate it. Thanks, Joe.
All right, bye.
All right, we're going to go from Joe Arredondo to Gary Graven with an update from Portage at Lake Central. Gary, what's going on?
On the opening kickoff, Portage kicked to Lake Central, and it was a line drive kick that hit an up-back. It looked like Portage was about to recover the ball, but they did not. Lake Central started on their own 30, and in 5 minutes and 55 seconds, featuring all but 2 of the plays were Xavier Williams, a long 70-yard touchdown drive culminated with a 7-yard touchdown run by Xavier Williams. The extra point was missed. So it is 6-0. 6-0 Lake Central over Portage with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left here in the first quarter.
So, Gary, did Portage get the ball back?
Yeah, they have the ball now. They just have the kickoff.
Okay, so that's their first drive of the game?
That was the first drive. That was Lake Central with the opening drive, and then Portage now has their chance, their first chance.
All right, thank you, Gary. We appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
You got it.
All right, thank you much. That was Gary Graben with an update from Portage at Lake Central. We're going to go from Gary Graben to Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Beef of the Week, Valparaiso at Chesterton. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So, game's off to a good start. It is currently 7-0. Chesterton has the lead.
Ooh.
4 minutes, 50 seconds left of the first quarter.
So how did Chesterton score, Russ?
So it was not off their first possession. They ended up having a punt their first time. So they received the opening kickoff. Valpo deferred until the second half.
Okay.
They did a little squib kick. But what was the standout, what got him into the red zone, was an interception from Nathaniel Gonzalez.
Oh.
Yeah, so he brought that into the red zone. They ended up punching that in with Garrett Lewis off their fourth attempt.
Oh, wow. So you've got quite a bit of a turnover here, some different momentum swings here. What does Valpo need to do to get back in this game?
I don't think they're out of the game by any means. They seem very electric on the sideline. I will say they have more fans in the stands than Chesterton does, which surprises me. But they definitely have the backing of their town. They're moving the ball. This is their second first down on this possession since getting the ball back after giving them that up. So I think we're going to be in for a very tight game.
All right, fair enough. We appreciate it. Thanks, Russell. Please give us a call back as this game goes on.
Of course.
All right, thank you much. That's Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Beef of the Week, Valparaiso Cheston. We still have full phone lines here, so we're going to try to get through here real quick. We're going to go to Steve Schmidt, normally in the studio, now out in the field. We got Steve Schmidt with an update from New Prairie at Kankakee Valley. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys, what's going on? Hey, it's New Prairie 7-0. I believe it was Green last game with a 2-yard rush before that Marshall Peace that kind of on to set that thing up. But there's some New Prairie league right now starting up the first quarter.
Steve, you're breaking up a little bit there, but if you can confirm, New Prairie scored a touchdown from 2 yards out?
Can you hear me? Is that better?
All right, we're gonna have to let you go, Steve. We're gonna, hopefully we can find some better reception for you. But it appears right now that New Prairie is leading KV 7-0. All right, we're gonna go from Steve Schmidt to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Munster at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Hi, the Pirates get on the board first tonight. Trey Stevens takes it in from 5 yards out on the ground, right between the tackles, powers his way up through the middle, and the Pirates take a 6-0 lead. The extra point was good, so that puts Maryville up 7-0 over Munster. There's just about 3 minutes to go here in the opening quarter of the first round of the playoffs.
So how did Maryville go ahead and score there?
Trey Stevens was able to carry the ball up the middle, 5 yards out for the touchdown, and it was a lot of Trey Stevens on that opening drive.
All right, fair enough.
Looks like Maryville's, going to try to run the ball quite a bit against Munster.
Yeah, in their first 2 possessions of the night, they only threw one pass, a short out, about 6 yards down the field, and just picked up a few yards. But everything else has been on the ground so far tonight for Maryville. A lot of running between the tackles, not too much outside. So Maryville's offensive line has done a nice job here so far to get things started. Maryville leads 7-0 here. We're over Munster. We're just getting to the waning couple minutes here of the first quarter.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Sounds great, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Munster at Maryville. We are going into a hard break here. We have Chris Gloff with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Lafayette Jeff at Crown Point, right after the break. This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
This is Halloween, pumpkin scream in the middle of night.
This is the time of the year that things go bump in the night. The scary and the unexplainable cause such a fright. Join us if you dare for Snap Judgment's Halloween Spooktacular. Host Glenn Washington will bring you true-life supernatural stories told firsthand by people who can barely believe it happened themselves. Be afraid. Tune in on All Hallows Eve, beginning at 9 a.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Do not miss it.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. Well, the scores are coming in freaky fast on this Friday. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt on the Game Night scoreboard update. The last we had from Lafayette Jeff at Crown Point, it felt like it was all Broncos. They were up 10-7, but the Bulldogs have just gotten on the board. I'm not going to tell you how because we got Chris Gloff waiting on the line right now. We'll be getting to him in just a moment. He's going to let you know how Crown Point just got on the board again to go ahead and make it a game with Lafayette Jeff. Again, it's last update we had was 10-7. That will be changing here in just a moment. Meanwhile, Portage at Lake Central. Lake Central up 6-0. Xavier Williams with the touchdown. Stop me if you've heard that one before. Xavier Williams with the touchdown. They are up 6-0 over the Portage Indians. That is the Lake Central Indians. Last update that we had actually was at the half for Fort Wayne, Carroll, and Warsaw. Warsaw was up 10-3 over Carroll. We'll try to get the third quarter score for that one. Another game we haven't seen an update for in quite some time. Elkhart at Penn. Penn up 21-0. Nolan McCullough with 2 quarterback keeper touchdowns already for the Kingsmen. Still early on at Maryville, but they have a 7-0 lead as Trey Stevens scores from 5 yards out against the Munster Mustangs. The Pirates up 7-0 there. Still waiting on an update right now for Morton and Hammond Central. We'll get to that as soon as we can. The Valpo Vikings at Chesterton Trojans. Justin Clark throws an interception deep in his own territory in the third play of the drive. The Trojans take over. Then deep in the red zone off the INT, Garrett Lewis, as you heard from Russell Broadhacker just moments ago, hits pay dirt from 1 yard out to give the Trojans an early 7-0 lead over Valparaiso. Still waiting on updates from Michigan City and LaPorte. Class 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie up 7-0 over KV. We had some phone issues with Steve Schmidt, but Kolodzinski in from the 2-yard line. Ben, any relation? No? Okay. Elsewhere in Sectional 17, Highland and Culver Academy still waiting on a score update from that one. It was a 6:30 kickoff. And Be Still My Heart, well, it felt like it was too good to last. Caden Verrett from 4 yards out for the Wildcats gives Hanover Central a 14-7 lead over Boone Grove. Say it ain't so, Joe. No, he's not there. He's at Knox. We'll get to that in just a moment. West Lafayette Red Devils at Rensselaer Central. We're waiting on score updates there for that one. That was a 6:30 kickoff there. Fairfield Falcons taking on the John Glenn Falcons, a 6 o'clock start there. Last update we had was John Glenn 14, Fairfield 8 at half. There's Knox, West Noble at Knox. It is a slow rolling game. Knox taking all of the time in the world. Last we heard from Joe about 30 seconds to go before the half, and Knox was driving. They had just converted a 4th down into a 1st down. They're up 8-0 thanks to a Miles McLaughlin touchdown early in the first quarter. That came off of a high snap from about 5 yards out. McLaughlin also scored the 2-point conversion. Because, of course, he did. Class 2A Sectional 33. Wheeler's up 9-6 over Bremen. We've got a super fan from Wheeler calling in and giving us those score updates, so we appreciate that information there. LaVille up now 14-0 over Whiting. Jonathan Neese scoring from 11 yards out, and Cody Allen earlier in the evening scored from 22 yards out. It looks like Whiting's plan to defer and let LaVille have the ball first, not paying off for the Oilers. 1A Sectional 41. Still waiting to get some updates here on South Newton at North Judson. And Triton at Culver. It is 41-0 in the first half. It'll definitely be a running clock in that one. And we'll go back to the studio here for Ben and Wayne. I know we've got some packed phone lines, boys.
Oh, yeah. All right, thank you very much, Tom. This is Ben Kolodzinski with Wayne Svetanoff. We have full phone lines here, folks, so we're going to have to try to power through this. We'll start off with Chris Gloff with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Lafayette Jeff at Crown Point. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, guys, what's going on? Crown Point took the ball at about 2/3 of the way through the
second quarter at their own 39-yard line and put a nice little drive together, pretty much primarily based on Wildcat formation.
Oh, wow.
Directly snapping the ball to Larry Ellison on a number of run plays and got the ball down to the 15-yard line where Noah Ehrlich himself, as the little engine that could, got stopped at the 10, got stopped at the 7, got stopped at the 4, and kept pushing his way to finally get a touchdown to put the Bulldogs in the 341 mark, 14-10. Lafayette Jeff on the ensuing possession couldn't get much going, and the defense just took it for the Dogs, took it to another level. They were at 4th and 20 at one point, had a false start, and then ended up kicking it. Muff punt. Crown Point now has thrown a deep pass, and they are threatening to score with the ball on the 3-yard line of Lafayette Jeff of the Broncos with 59 seconds. Clock is rolling, 14-10 Bulldogs right before halftime.
All right, Chris, we're going to hang with you here. Are they lining up here for this drive?
They just scored right now. I couldn't see. The rain is starting to really come down hard now.
Was it...
Who ran that in? Let's go! Ellison ran it in from 3 yards out.
Okay. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, 20-10. Loudest it's been here. I can hardly hear you guys.
Wow.
And now, as I say, as the rain is coming down, it's added a new twist to the game.
There you go. All right, thank you very much, Chris. We're going to have to let you go. We got full phone lines, so thank you very much. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
20-10. It's 48 seconds left before halftime.
All right, thank you much, Chris. Give us a call at halftime, would you please?
Talk to you guys. See ya.
All right, that's Chris Clough with an update from our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. We're going to go from Chris Clough to Steve Schmidt with an update from New Prairie at Kankakee Valley. Steve, hopefully we can hear you this time. How's it going out there?
Hey, guys, can you hear me? We're in the second
Much
quarter.
better. Much better. There you go.
All right, so we're in the second quarter. New Prairie leads 7-0. They just ran off a huge run. I couldn't tell the number, but it was at least a 50, 60-yard gain on the ground. But defense has really stepped up for both teams so far here in the game. Kankakee Valley's defense is forced 2 3-and-outs, but 4-4 New Prairie back in the first quarter. I believe it was Reese Lapsinski with a 2-yard rush, but to set that up, Marshall Kamisic with a 20-yard run on 2nd and 7 down in the red zone. So right now, New Prairie starting to take advantage here.
Steve, we want to hear more about this game, but we do have full phone line. So one more time, what is your score and time update, please?
Right now, it's 7-0 New Prairie, second quarter, 10:30 left.
All right, thank you much, Steve. Give us a call at the end of this drive.
Will do.
All right, thank you much. That was Steve Schmidt with an update from New Prairie at Kankakee Valley. We're going to go from Steve Schmidt to Jason Hill with an update from Boone Grove at Hanover. Jason, what's going on?
Hey guys, we got about 3 minutes to go here in the first quarter at Hanover Central, and Hanover Central leads Boone Grove 21-7.
Okay.
Quick change here. We went for another 4-yard touchdown. He has 2 tonight. Then I don't know if you guys have heard, it's raining a little bit out here, so we had the weather impact this game pretty quick.
Sure.
Boone Grove fumbled the snap and then actually threw an interception, which was returned for a touchdown by Dylan Bowen. So that's all we got here. It is 21-7 Hanover Central with 3 minutes to go in the first quarter.
Jason, who did the interception? Who had it?
Dylan Bowen.
Bowen.
Yep. 10 yards. Boone Grove was pinned back pretty deep on a beautiful punt by Hanover Central, and it was Dylan Bowen for the Wildcats who picked it off 10 yards and get into the end zone.
Thank you.
All right, thank you much, Jason. One more time, what is your scoring time update, please?
2:30 to go in the first quarter. Hanover Central leads Boone Grove 21-7.
All right. Thank you very much, Jason. Appreciate the update. I will go from Jason Hill to Russell Broadhacker with an update from Valparaiso at Chesterton. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, gentlemen. So we have a score update, and it was the end of the first quarter. So there's 10 minutes left in the second with the score 7-3. Chesterton is still leading over Valpo.
Oh, wow. So after one, Chesterton leading Valpo. So what has Chesterton done to kind of stymie this powerful Valpo offense?
Well, to be honest with you, it would have been tied 7-7 if the Valparaiso offensive line didn't have a hold. Justin Clark had a beautiful 14-yard run to the house that was called back, which put them there at like third down. They never ended up converting, but they ended up hitting the field goal. That was Wilcox for Valpo at that point. As far as Chesterton's concerned, their defense is holding up really tight. Any run from Valpo going up the gut is just stopped at the line. They have the flats covered pretty well, so it's just a matter of, Chesterton is capitalizing on these small gaps that Valpo's leaving open. Valpo just really needs to have their wits about them a little bit more in terms of the running game, because all of their runs are kind of being stuffed there at scrimmage, minus a couple breakaway plays, but I'd like to see those become more consistent as the night goes on.
Russ, Wilcox, how far was the field goal?
Oh, I was very impressed with him. It was about a 35-yard, 40-yard field goal.
All right, and what's his first name?
That's a great question. I do know that he kicked it into the wind, if that's any consolation for the boot on Wilcox. I will have to get back to you on that one.
All right, thank you.
Fair enough. One more time, Russell, what is your score and time update, please?
Right now we have 10 minutes left to go in the second quarter. 7-3, Chesterton's leading over Valpo.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. We appreciate the update from our Beef of the Week. That's Russell Broadhacker with an update from Valparaiso and Chesterton. We still have full phone lines. We're going to go from Russell Broadhacker to Gary Graben with an update from Portage at Lake Central. Gary, what's going on?
Well, the first thing I've noticed is that the heavens have opened up here, and it is pouring rain.
Wow.
So everybody to the east better look out, because it's coming. And I don't think it's supposed to last long, but it is definitely a downpour here now. Following a Lake Central interception, Xavier Williams from 13 yards out with the touchdown. They went for two. Amarian Brooks ran it in, making it 14-0. Lake Central over Portage with 9:25 to go here in the first half.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. So is it really all Lake Central right now, or is Portage just struggling?
They're struggling a little bit. Obviously, that these two offensive drives for Lake Central have been basically all positive yardage. This Portage defense is not stopping Xavier at all. They're going to have to regroup here and find something else, because right now he is probably already close to 100 yards in this game, and we're barely into the second quarter. So the Portage defense needs to come up a little better. And the turnover, we've talked about the turnovers. Coach talked about the turnovers. This is the problem for Portage when they dig a hole. The mental toughness now to realize you're only down 2 scores.
Sure.
It's not over. But when you're 0-9, that's a tougher message to convince your players of.
Gary, did Williams score both touchdowns or not?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yes, he did. Amarian Brooks was just a 2-point conversion.
Good. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Gary, we appreciate it. One more time. Score and time update, please.
Again, 14-0, Lake Central over Portage. We're at 8:50 to go here in the first half.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you. Yep. That's Gary Graben with the update from Portage at Lake Central. We still have full phone lines. We are just picking them up and putting them down. We've got Steve Schmidt with an update from New Prairie at Kankakee Valley. Steve, what's going on?
Well, at the end of that drive for New Prairie, they were set up with a 4th and 8. Kamichek went to the end zone for Zach Heinrich. Pass was incomplete. KV's defense stands strong. 30 possessions, no scores there for New Prairie, but the score on the scoreboard still is 7-0.
Still at 7-0 here. So, what is Kankakee Valley doing to stymie this high-powered offense?
They're just getting the ball carrier as soon as he's getting the ball for the most part. They've grabbed off a couple big runs, but that's just them getting to the outside better. But Kankakee Valley's really done a nice job of just getting to the ball carrier as soon as he's touching the rock, basically.
All right, fair enough. Thank you very much, Steve. Looking forward to hearing more from you. One more time, what's your score and time update, please?
7-0 New Prairie, second quarter, 5:35 left in the half.
All right, thank you much. That was Steve Schmidt with an update from New Prairie at Kankakee Valley. We're going to finish this segment off with Dr. Reed Amons with an update from New Prairie at Kankakee, Munster at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, in their last possession, Maryville did a really nice job of moving the ball down the field. There was a big 42-yard pass to John Peters down to the Munster 4-yard line. From there, Jaden Gillis was able to run it in for the Pirates from just 4 yards out. The extra point was good. That put the Pirates up 14-0 just into the second quarter. Maryville's defense came up big and stopped Munster and forced a 3-and-out after just a couple running plays. And now Maryville's offense has the ball inside the red zone once again. Actually, just outside the red zone. They're down to the 23-yard line of Munster. Maryville leads 14-0. There's 7:37 to go here in the second quarter, and Maryville's looking to put a few more points on the board here. As the weather has turned, it is now pouring down rain here in Maryville, and so both teams are resorting to the running game at this point.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Sounds good, guys.
All right, thank you much. We will have time. We'll take Joe Arredondo here with this halftime update from West Noble at Knox. Joe, what's going on?
All right, we have just started the third. When we left you before halftime, it looked like Knox was getting the first down inside the 15, but after the officials marked it, they brought the chains out, and he was just short of the first down. So West Noble got the ball and just ran out the clock. Now they have the ball to start the third quarter, and Drew Yates just had a nice run, scrambling to the right side, and he is inside Knox territory, out of bounds at the 47-yard line. That was a huge turn of events because that was about a 9-minute drive for Knox before halftime, and they got nothing out of it. And if they would have scored, that would have really punched a hole in this game because they can just control the football when they're on offense. West Noble has moved the ball tonight when they've had it. They've just only had it twice. This is the third offensive possession of the game.
They're in the third quarter, and this is their third offensive possession of the game.
Yes.
So they need to take advantage of this pretty well here, right, Joe?
Yeah, I think they do. I mean, they're not going to want to get. The thing about Knox's offense too with the triple option is they just get 4 and 5 yards every play. And they're not going for the home run. They're not going to get the home run against a solid defense, but they just continue to methodically hold on to the ball and move down the field and kill the clock. And so this is definitely a huge drive to start the third quarter. West Noble can throw the ball and run the ball. They can do both. Their quarterback's got a tremendous arm. I was able to talk to the official, Andy Simpson, of course, who's a region guy. Andy Simpson's a referee tonight, and he said that West Noble's quarterback, Drew Yates, really got popped on the fourth down early in the game, and he thought he was going to have him go sit out for a play. He did go off the field for a play, but then came right back on. But both teams hitting tonight, and both quarterbacks getting some shots when they carry the football.
All right, Joe, one thing, if you can give us a real quick answer. We have a hard break that we have to hit, but Wayne had a question for you.
Yeah, I just wanted to know is the weather a factor out there yet? Because I know that
not yet. I just heard you guys talking about rain. It hasn't gotten here yet.
Okay.
Hold on. West Noble just ran it inside the 15 and coughed it up, and Knox recovered. So they're going to be able to take over the football and maybe kill some more clock.
All right. Thank you very much.
It's very warm. It's very warm, guys. So you can feel because it's supposed to be cold tonight. It's probably going to come in with that front and bring the rain and cool off here. A lot of people in shorts tonight. I don't know if they're going to
be miserable. They're going to be miserable in an hour. So, all right. Thank you much, Joe. We appreciate it. All right. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive, holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage, Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media 89.1 FM, streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. It's raining, it's pouring, and that's going to impact the games and the scoring. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. He'll be back next week, so fret not. This is your Game Night scoreboard update. A big one in Crown Point. Early on, it was all Lafayette Jeff. They came in, scored 55 yards on an opening drive touchdown reception to DJ Young. Immediately went for the onside kick. Didn't recover, but Crown Point had to go ahead and punt. Jeff drove down, got into the red zone. Crown Point's defense held them, and that might have been the break the Bulldogs needed. Jeff goes up 10-0. Since then, it's been 3 straight Crown Point scores, including Larry Ellison from 15 yards out, Noah Ehrlich, and then another 3-yard score from Ellison as well. It is 21-10. Bulldogs at the half over Lafayette Jeff. A big one brewing there for Crown Point as they look to avenge last season's 38-28 loss in the sectional championship. The winner of that game will face the winner of Portage and Lake Central. It has been all Xavier Williams this evening for the Indians of LC. He has scored 2 touchdowns and nearing 100 yards rushing. I got to tell you, Wayne, Ben, I know you guys will be talking about it with Gary Graben when you get back to the lines, but you know, if Xavier Williams is healthy for the entire season, I think he's putting up numbers good enough to make an argument for Player of the Year. But I think that's probably going to end up going to Mark Rowan over at Boone Grove. We'll get to that score in just a moment as well. 6A Sectional 2. Fort Wayne Carroll, the Chargers taking on the Warsaw Tigers. Warsaw up 17-3. Reed Zellinger scoring from 5 yards out on the first play of the fourth quarter. Why does that matter? I've never heard this statistic before. Warsaw ran off all 12 minutes of the third quarter. They opened the fourth quarter with first and goal, the 5-yard line. I'll repeat that. They ran off all 12 minutes of the third quarter. It is all Warsaw Tigers, 17-3 now in the fourth quarter for that one. 6A Sectional 2, Elkhart at Penn. The last update we had was still Penn 21-0. Noah McClellan scoring 2 touchdowns with quarterback keepers. Jake Ballas as well, adding a short touchdown run late in the first quarter of that one. 5A Sectional 9, it's all Maryville Pirates. They're up 14-0 over Munster. Trey Stevens and Jaden Gillis with scores there for the Pirates. And it is Morton up 6-0 over Hammond Central. In 5A Sectional 10, well, something must be in the water out there, right? Chesterton leads at 7-3. Valpo had a touchdown called back on a holding call. The Vikings instead get Wilcox to put it up through the uprights. We didn't get the first name on him, but as Russell Broadhacker said, he kicked it hard into the wind, so we'll count it. It is right now Chesterton 7, Valparaiso 3 in 5A Sectional 10. Elsewhere, 5A Sectional 10, still waiting on an update for Michigan City and LaPorte. Haven't seen one there yet. We will try to get that to you as soon as we can. All right, take that back. Actually, the last update we did have was 6-0 City over LaPorte in the first quarter, so we will try to update that for you there. Guys, I do have an update, though, for New Prairie and Kankakee Valley. It's still 7-0. The score hasn't changed, but Steve Schmidt, the birthday boy on Monday, stopped using his AirPods. He's just using the phone now. That's why we're having some connection issues there out in the cornfields of KV. So Good job, Steve. Highland at Culver. That was a 6:30 kick. Still waiting on the score updates there from Highland and Culver. I'm going to just skip over the Boone Grove Hanover game. Can I do that? Maybe not. At half, it's Hanover Central 21-7. In all fairness, I did say Boone Grove would win like 27-26 or something before the game started, so there's still time. Dylan Bowen with a pick six for the Wildcats to give them the 21-7 lead. Caden Verrett also scored the 4-yard touchdown. Boone Grove went up 7-0 early, and again, 3 straight scores for the Wildcats. Last update we had for West Lafayette, the Red Devils at Rensselaer Central. Rensselaer was up 7-0 over West Lafayette. Class 3A Sectional 26. The last update we had that was the Falcons of John Glenn beating the Falcons of Fairfield 14-8. I think Indiana in general just needs to allow teams to change their aliases or their teams' names, right? How many Wolves do we have? Michigan City, Boone Grove, Hammond Central. Now we got a couple of Falcons playing each other. I digress. West Noble at Knox. It's been all Knox tonight, 8-0. Though it feels like West Noble's in the game, they just can't stop Knox, and, well, they also can't get into the end zone. 2A Sectional 33, Wheelers up 9-6 over Bremen. 2A Sectional 33, it is all LaVille, 28-0 over Whiting in that one. Michael Good with a 46-yard pass from Colin Cisnarki there. Jonathan Neese scores from 11 yards out. Cody Allen scores from 22 yards out. It is all Lancers. North Judson's up 14-0 over South Newton in the second quarter there, Class 1A Sectional 41. And in Class 1A Sectional 41, Triton is all over Culver, 41-0 in the first half of that game. And it's just been an absolute whiteout in terms of snow. But snow? No snow yet. In terms of rain, the forecast showing heavy storms moving to the east. So games out east, if they haven't gotten wet yet, they will. So we'll see how the rain impacts the rest of the second half of the evening. And, of course, in the World Series, in the third inning, it's the Texas Rangers up 2-0 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. This is your scoreboard update.
All right, thank you, Tom. This is Ben Kolodzinski with Wayne Svetanoff. We have full phone lines. Did you have something to say, Wayne?
Yeah. I just wanted, this is a news flash for Tom, but those things that are attached to the schools are called mascots.
Right.
And
mascots. That's what it is. You know what? It's hard, Wayne. It's hard doing this job. I tell you what, you guys do a fantastic job every night. So do our correspondents. And I should note, New Prairie is now up 14-0 over KV. So we'll be getting score updates from Steve Schmidt on that one in just a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So before we get to Steve, we're going to start off with Russell Broadhacker with a beef of the week. We've got Valpo at Chesterton. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. First off, I just want to say the only scorer for Valpo is Drayden Wilcox. All right, got that first name. So it is
Drayden?
Drayden Wilcox.
Okay, Drayden. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. All right, so the score right now is 14-3. Chesterton is up.
Wow.
That last run, rushing touchdown came from Garrett Lewis for Chesterton. And I will tell you what, this kid is just running angry. Anytime he makes contact with someone, he is just bearing down and barreling through. So it's really fun seeing this dude run. He's going straight up the gut at times, but he's being utilized throughout the night. Between him and I believe that is McCormick for them, they are just a heck of a duo this evening in terms of the run option. So.
Russ, has Chesterton tried to throw the ball at all, or are they just doing it on the ground?
They're playing it smart right now. I have seen a couple passes, but this rain is really coming down here at the end of the second quarter. So I think their run game has came alive. But they just passed for a first down right there. So they're still keeping me on my toes.
There you go.
On the toes as well. But I'm looking into the second half to be primarily run, but we will see.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
It is 14-3, Chesterton leading Valpo with 2 minutes, 50 seconds left of the second quarter.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. We appreciate the update. That's Russell Broadhacker with an update from Valparaiso at Chesterton, our Beef of the Week. We'll go from the Beef of the Week to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Munster at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Maryville's really starting to take advantage of some Munster turnovers. 2 lost fumbles and an interception for Munster so far here in the first half. And the last turnover, not the last turnover, the middle turnover was an interception by Jalen Ramsey, a defensive back for Maryville Pirates, who intercepted it at the 23-yard line and ran it all 23 yards back to the end zone for a score. That put Maryville up 21-0. On their last possession, Munster did fumble the ball away again. Maryville picked up the loose ball. And we have a touchdown here by Trey Stevens, who just ran it in from 9 yards out, his second touchdown of the night. That puts Maryville on top 27-0 with 1 minute and 6 seconds to go here in the opening half of play. The extra point is still pending. Maryville out to an early lead here, 27-0, still in the first half, and an extra point pending.
Sounds good, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update. Give us a call at halftime.
Sounds great, guys. Talk to you later.
Thank you much. That's Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Munster at Maryville. We'll go from Maryville to Kankakee Valley with an update from Steve Schmidt, New Prairie at KV. Steve, what's going on?
Well, first, I just want to say that's some grade A reporting there by Tom Maloney. It was, in fact, the AirPods. Why the first update gets to go with plans.
There you go.
But here at KV, we are at the half. New Prairie does lead 14-0. A couple drives to go. New Prairie was getting a drive going, but then Marshall Smith got through the hole there, got to the second level, but he fumbled the ball. Lane Zander picked it up at the 42-yard line. 3 plays later for KV, Diego Arroyo outside the quarterback keeper. He fumbles the ball, picked up by Dylan Wilson of New Prairie. So the next play, Kamishik, a 25-yard run, and then the play after that, Reed Robbins, 33-yard score.
Wow.
Extra point was good. New Prairie 14-0 here at the half.
All right, so it seems like a little bit of back and forth and a little bit of fumbling here. Steve, what does KV need to do in the second half to keep this one close?
Honestly, what they're doing defensively is working in between the tackles. They have to do a better job outside the tackles, on the left side and the right side. They've been trying to wear out the right side of the line, especially. And I think if they can stir that up, they're moving the ball offensively. It's just when they get into third and long. And Gary Graven and I talked about this in the game night preview, that if teams get behind the 6 on third and long, it makes it really difficult for the offense. That's what's really plaguing Kankakee Valley here tonight. And New Prairie, for them, they're starting to click on all cylinders. They're starting to show why they were the state runner-up last week.
All right, thank you very much, Steve. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
At the half, it's 14-0 New Prairie.
All right, thank you much. That is Steve Schmidt with an update from New Prairie at KV, 14-0 at half. We'll go from Kankakee Valley to Knox, just down the street there. We'll go to Joe Arredondo with an update from West Noble at Knox. Joe, what's up? Joe, are you there?
Yep, he put me on. Fernando Macias, 40-yard touchdown run for West Noble. 2-point conversion. Yates, the quarterback, kind of ran into his own man and was stopped at the 1-yard line. So it is 8-6 Knox with 4:20 to go, third quarter. I really don't understand some of these kicks. The kickoff was, they tried to get a ground ball kickoff, and now Knox has great field position at the 40-yard line to start this drive. They've got 2nd and 7, but a flag down here. We're going to have a hold, I think, coming up against Knox. Momentum has switched a little bit here to West Noble. No, it's going to be called on West Noble.
Oh.
And this is going to be interesting because Coach Radke told the officials in the first quarter that West Noble was coming in and cutting their linemen's legs, and that was the call right now. So he played the officials in the first quarter and told them that the defenders were coming in and chop blocking the offensive linemen to try to clog the holes, and they were just called for that, and that's a big 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, that's a big one.
That's going to put Knox in the West Noble territory to the 41-yard line. Before the West Noble touchdown, Knox hit a third down pass, 3rd and long, got it down to the West Noble 30. It was a double reverse option pass.
Wow.
And it was called back, though, because of the lineman downfield. So that was a big turning point in the game. And then the Macias 40-yard touchdown. Now Knox is close to the first down at the West Noble 33. So a lot of momentum changes here in the third quarter.
All right, thank you much, Joe. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
Clock is running 3:25 to go in the third. It is 8-6 to Knox, leading West Noble.
All right, thank you much. That's Joe Arredondo with an update from West Noble at Knox. We'll go from Knox to Crown Point with an update from Chris Gloff on our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week. Lafayette Jeff at Crown Point. Chris, what's going on?
Hey guys, what's going up? We are still in halftime, about a minute away from the kickoff of the second half. Bulldogs 21-10. I just want to give you some numbers here that I compiled over halftime. CP total yardage 232 to Lafayette Jeff 183. CP rushing, Ellison 16 rushes for 118 yards. Ehrlich had 2 rushes for 35 yards, 2 touchdowns. Ehrlich was 7 for 9 for 85 yards. Man, but Lafayette Jeff, I mean, they've got some studs out there. Their quarterback, Tristan Barrett, 10 for 19, 10 of 19 for 151 yards. And they've got a stud wide receiver, DJ Young, who is 5 for 53 yards. The score is 21-10, but these are 2 good teams, and certainly one of the better talented teams that Crown Point has seen this year. But I will tell you what I saw. After a total gut kick to start the game, Noah Ehrlich just running up and down the sideline, stomping his feet and challenging his teammates to clean it up and step it up. And if anybody who's sitting in the stands, I think for the entire second quarter said, the momentum is in Crown Point's hands, and they just started running with it. The crowd got pumped up. It is as loud as it's been. The crowd's not as big, obviously, because of the weather, but man, is it loud out here.
Sure.
And the momentum is totally in Crown Point's hands. So we'll see what happens as we get ready to kick off in the second half and see if this continues.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. We appreciate the update. One more time, what is that halftime score?
21-10 Crown Point, getting ready to kick off the second half.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We are falling into a hard break here, but we do have an update from our sports desk here. Tom Maloney has an update, and he's got some breaking news for us.
Yeah, guys, CJ Peters on Twitter just tweeted out a few minutes ago that there was a bad snap to Tyler Bush. He picks it up, tries throwing it away, gets picked off by Kyle Friel. Bush took a hard hit on the pass, down for a number of minutes. An ambulance came out on the field for Bush at midfield. He's been placed on a stretcher and loaded onto it. That was about 7 minutes ago, so we will wait and see what's happening there in terms of Michigan City and LaPorte. Right now, the score is Michigan City 6, LaPorte nothing in the first quarter. But again, Tyler Bush leaving the game on a stretcher in an ambulance this evening after taking a hard hit. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that one. And thoughts and prayers go out to Tyler, his family, and of course the players at City, and no doubt the players on LaPorte as well. Always hard to see when a kid goes down, a student athlete like that, on a Friday night or really any night. But we'll keep you updated on that one.
We appreciate that, Tom. And with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We do have updates here from both Jason Hill and Gary Graben after the break.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update. We will try to get through this one pretty quickly tonight as the rain is pouring down and the lines are loaded here for game night. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. The Sacred Dunes game of the week. We just heard the update coming out of the half. It's Crown Point up 21-10. Lake Central's up 14-0 over Portage in the second quarter. Warsaw is all over Carroll, 24-3 in the fourth there. Penn is up 35-0 over Elkhart with a running clock on that one in the third quarter. Maryville is up 28-0 over Munster in the second. And it is Morton up 6-0 over Hammond Central in the second quarter there. At the half, right now, it's Chesterton 14-3 over Valparaiso. A bit of a surprise there. Still in the first quarter, Michigan City up 6-0. Again, we just had the updates regarding player for Michigan City, Tyler Bush, going down because of an injury, carted off the field on a stretcher in an ambulance. Prayers are with him and his family tonight. At the half, New Prairie's up 14-0 over KV. In the second, last update we had was Culver Military up 43-7 over Highland. In the second quarter, it was Hanover 28-7 over Boone Grove. At the half, it's all West Lafayette 21-7 over Rensselaer. Last update here at the half as well, John Glenn up 28-3 over Fairfield. And it is Knox up 8-6 over West Noble in the fourth quarter there. Wheeler's up 15-10 over Bremen at the half for that game. LaVille leads Whiting 37-0 in the second quarter there. North Judson leads South Newton now 21-0. Last update we had prior to that was 14-0 in the second. It's now 21-0 North Judson over South Newton. And Triton all over Culver Community, not Military, Culver Community, 41-0. We'll go back into the studio for Ben and Wayne. We've got some full lines here, guys.
All right, thank you much, Tom. This is Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We're going to start off here with Jason Hill with an update from Boone Grove at Hanover Central. Jason, what's going on?
Hey, guys. I got about a minute 50 here before halftime, and Hanover Central leads Boone Grove 28-7.
Wow.
Caden Verrett was able to punch in another touchdown, giving him 3 for the night. This one from about 7 yards out. It was helped by Matt Kuntz bringing it about 15 yards right to the 7 to set up that touchdown there. But Boone Grove just really can't get out of their own way. The teams have exchanged a few interceptions. Corey Noonan had one for the Wolves, and Drake Bowen had another interception here for the Wildcats. But, Boone Grove's offense looking like they can move the ball a little bit. Had some silly penalties here and there on defense. That's kind of helped this Hanover offense extend a couple of drives. But Boone Grove's had 2 drives and on turnover, on downs or fumble or an interception. So 4 drives not ending in any way positive right here for Boone Grove here tonight. So they possess the ball here with about a minute 50, and we'll see if we can get something going here for the Wolves here in the rain.
Jason, you said that Dylan Bowen had 2 interceptions so far?
Yes, he had one that he returned about 10 yards for a touchdown earlier in this game, and then he had another one which actually set up their last touchdown by Caden Verrett. He had another one. It's been kind of a sloppy second quarter. This rain and this wind has kind of affected this game a little bit. I've noticed Boone Grove have trouble with the snap a little bit, and even just the footing underneath some of the speed from Hanover. It's been bothering them a little bit here. I don't know if that ball's been affected too much for them because some of these interceptions have looked kind of wild. I mean, just not anywhere near a receiver. So maybe a couple of these passes have gotten away from these quarterbacks here because both teams have thrown 2 interceptions here tonight.
All right, Jason, seems like a little bit of a sloppy game here. One more time, what is your scoring time update, please?
We have 90 seconds before halftime, and Hanover Central leads Boone Grove 28-7.
All right, thank you much. That is Jason Hill with an update from Boone Grove at Hanover. We're going to go from Hanover Central to Lake Central with an update from Gary Graben with Portage at Lake Central. Gary, what's going on?
We are at the half. We're getting ready for the kickoff here in the third quarter. It is still 14-0 Lake Central over Portage. Portage was able to get a few defensive stops there against Lake Central, but they are not able to do anything against this Lake Central D so far. Again, it'll be an interesting second half because I think there'll be about 10 of us here to watch it because this is really emptied out, and it's only a 14-0 game. But everybody has left, even in spite of the fact that they're playing the Bears fight song here in the background. But so
that's probably why.
Again, this game's still in doubt, but people were. They're not as tough as the flip phone. That's all I'm going to say.
That's what I like to hear. So Gary, so let's talk about this weather a little bit before we get to talk about the game. Is this a cold driving rain or is this just a heavy rain?
No, it was very windy preceding the rain starting.
Okay.
And it's a crosswind here. It's a west to east wind. I was listening to Jason there. I know at Hanover the field runs the other direction, so it's really tough going into the wind, I'm sure, at Hanover tonight. But as the wind has died down a little, the rain was hard, but it's not. I mean, right now I'm outside here just in a hooded sweatshirt, so I'm not bundled up here like a November Edmund Fitzgerald kind of weather. The rain came kind of hard, and I think it caught a lot of people by surprise because though there was some rain in the forecast, I don't think it was supposed to be that kind of intensity. Right now, it's just a very light mist that's falling, so barely a factor. I mean, the ball will be a little wet, but these aren't two teams that really want to air it out anyway, so I don't know if it's going to affect them very much. Artificial turf field drains well. It's new. So really, unless there's another heavy swash coming through here, I don't think weather's really going to be that much of a factor in the second half.
All right, fair enough. Thank you much, Gary. One more time, what's your score and time update there at halftime?
Again, it's 14-0 Lake Central over Portage. We are just about a minute away from the kickoff to start the third quarter.
All right, thank you much, Gary. Appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing from you in third quarter.
You got it, fellas.
All right, we'll go from Gary Graben to Joe Arredondo with an update from West Noble at Knox. Joe, what's going on?
Miles McLaughlin's second touchdown of the night from 5 yards away.
Wow.
And they went for the extra point this time, booted it through, and it is 15-6. Knox, 8:17 to go in the football game. West Noble already has it deep inside Knox territory, inside the 30 at about the 28, as they have a first down run about the 25-yard line. So really a must-score drive for them here.
How much time is left, Joe?
7:50.
Oh, so that game is just melting away.
Yeah, well, every time Knox gets the ball, they're running the football, and they're trying to hold it for the play clock, and kill the clock, and also score. On their last drive, they did go for it on a 4th and 4 inside the 20, and did convert. Had some wacky plays here with the kicking game. Their punter actually ran for a first down earlier from inside his 15. Got out to the first down marker at about the 25. So, some wild special teams have really been good for Knox tonight.
Well, how about West Noble, Joe? They're close. I mean, it's 15-6. If they score, could they come back with a field goal and win this? Does the kicker have any, strength or anything?
Well, I don't think so, Wayne. Their kickoffs have been terrible. They've been trying this squib kick for some reason, and I don't know why, because maybe they don't have a kicker. They went for the 2-point conversion and were stopped. They might need a 2-score. We might have the ball game right here with 6:35 to go. It is 4th down and 5 for West Noble inside the 25. They just lost a couple of yards on a run, and you heard the Knox fans behind me get fired up here, so maybe we can keep it for this play. We got trips to the right side for Yates. Now there's motion. He's firing the slant. He's got it. It's going to be 6. Touchdown for West Noble.
Wow.
So the slant pass goes for the touchdown, and we are going to be very close here. Let's see, 14, Jalen Schaefer Jr. with a touchdown catch. So we'll see, Wayne, as you said, will they kick it? They are lining up to kick the extra point and try to make it a 15-13 game where they could possibly make a field goal to win. Number 40 is the kicker. He's a soccer styler. Nafali Silva. And it is good. He's got plenty of legs. He's not kicking off like that, though. They must be wanting to squib kick it a lot tonight.
Probably trying to get the ball wet.
He looks like he'll have good range.
Yeah.
Just a freshman, but he pounded it through.
So, Joe, how do you see the rest of this game going? It seems like you've really got a battle here.
Yeah, I think the key here now is Knox has to just possess the ball and try to kill the clock.
Right.
They got 6 minutes left. They need a 6-minute drive, and not have to punt it, because West Noble has a tremendous offense. They showed it tonight. They just haven't had many possessions. So they haven't had enough possessions really, but they have dynamic skill people and an outstanding quarterback. So you don't want them to get the football back with a chance to score to win the game, because they can do that.
How about Knox? Does Knox have a kicker that they can increase the score?
Yeah, he just crushed the extra point after that last touchdown. He has a tremendous leg. So
it's going to be very interesting, Joe. And it's still no weather concerns at your spot yet.
No, I'm hoping. I haven't had a chance to call up the radar, but I'm hoping it's staying north.
I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, it appears
it's not cooled off either, guys.
Okay. Looking at the radar now, it appears that the areas getting hit the hardest right now are the Chesterton, Valparaiso, LaPorte area. And then it seems like there's going to be a little bit of a respite for the rest of Northwest Indiana, at least for a little bit, until the next cell comes through. After that, I would imagine that whatever rainstorm's going through here is going to go north of you.
Yeah, I mean, I got everybody looking at me like I'm nuts. I got like my plastics on. I got my my Columbia coat on, for water resistant. Everybody's over here. Everybody here's got t-shirt and shorts on. So
you're going to get an inflatable boat while you're at it, just in case.
Yeah. I mean, there are some guys here with light rain jackets, but everybody's looking at me like I'm crazy. So.
Well, all right, Joe. One more time. What is your scoring time update, please?
All right, Knox has the football. 5:46, clock's running. It's going to be 2nd and 7. They ran for 3 on first down. They're at their 22-yard line, and they are looking for that long, time-consuming drive. Try to make West Noble use their timeouts, get some first downs, move the chains. They are holding the play clock right now inside of 10, just trying to drain the clock.
Yeah, give us a call at the end of this drive and let us know how it goes.
Okay.
All right, thank you much. That's Joe Arredondo with an update from West Noble at Knox. So, Wayne, this game is going to go down to the wire, and you've got two really brutal, bruising teams here. We're going to talk about this game a little bit more here, but we have an update from Kevin Driscoll for the Boone Grove at Hanover Central game. Kevin, what's going on out there? Kevin, are you there? Just a sec. We got a little bit of phone line issues here. We lost Kevin Driscoll. So let's go back to this the game that Joe's covering with Knox, that game is your old school traditional 1920s pound your opponent into dirt and see what happens. That game I love that type of football game, but it's definitely not necessarily pleasing on the eyes.
No, it's not. If you're a true football fan, it's very pleasing, but you're right. And what Knox has to do here, like we said, is that they need to keep the possession.
Right.
They need to let the clock run, and then keep that possession. Now, the key here for Knox is even though they're running the ball, they cannot get complacent.
Right.
Because if they lose if they don't get the fourth down, West Noble has speed in their offense, and they can score very quickly.
Absolutely. This is definitely a circumstance where this game is far from over. Even though Knox has been marching down the field and chewing up a lot of that clock, it's definitely a circumstance that they very well could be in trouble if they don't milk the rest of this game.
Yeah, it's a 15-13 score, and Knox is in the lead with 2 points. So a field goal.
Yeah.
If Knox tries to get fancy, maybe a interception by West Noble.
Right.
So this is a good one.
It is a good one, and now that some of these games are reaching halftime, this one's getting close to being towards the end here. We're going to go ahead and take our halftime break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
This is Halloween, pumpkins scream in the dead of night.
This is the time of the year that things go bump in the night. The scary and the unexplainable cause such a fright. Join us if you dare for Snap Judgment's Halloween Spooktacular. Host Glenn Washington will bring you true-life supernatural stories told firsthand by people who can barely believe it happened themselves.
Be afraid.
Tune in on All Hallows Eve, beginning at 9 a.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Do not miss it.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. I am dry. Most of Northwest Indiana's not. Let's get a look at the scores here across the region. Class 6A Sectional 1. We thought that Crown Point fell asleep behind the wheel. Maybe, but Jeff came out hot. They were up 10-0 early, and it has been 35 unanswered for the Bulldogs. 35-10 now in the second half for Crown Point as they are blowing the doors off of Lafayette. Jeff in our Sacred Dunes game of the week.
Portage at Lake Central, it's 14-0 Portage. Xavier Williams has scored 2 touchdowns on the night. Class 6A Sectional 2, this game has just gone final. Warsaw wins 31-17. Again, that is final. Warsaw is victorious over Carroll tonight. So much for Carroll winning the last 2 matchups against Warsaw in sectional play. Warsaw gets payback. They will take on the winner of Elkhart and Penn. The last update we had was in the second half. Dominic Bonner with a 54-yard pick six to give Penn a 35-0 lead and a running clock. 5A Sectional 9, Munster and Maryville. Trey Stevens scoring his second of the night gives the Pirates a 28-0 lead there. And the last update we had for Hammond Morton and Hammond Central, it was 6-0 Morton at some point in the second quarter. That's the last update we had there, so a low-scoring affair for that one for 5A Sectional 9. 5A Sectional 10, I can't believe my ears. I'm about to say this. Chesterton is up 14-3. Garrett Lewis has scored his second touchdown of the night. Valpo's only score tonight coming on a field goal after a 14-yard touchdown was called back thanks to a holding call. Drayden Wilcox put it up through the uprights for Valpo, but it's all Chesterton, 14-3. Pretty unbelievable score there in Sectional 5A Sectional 10. Michigan City is up 6-0 over LaPorte. DeMont Thomas with a pick six for City, but the score was brought back due to a flag. LaPorte then, on that drive against City, forced an interception in the end zone. It was their third of the night. The second of the evening came against Tyler Bush off of a high snap. Bush had attempted to throw the ball. The ball got intercepted. He got hit hard on that interception, and he was carted off the field. That, according to CJ Peters on Twitter, Tyler Bush carted off the field with an ambulance at the 50-yard line there. So prayers go out to the Bush family tonight in Michigan City. 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie's up 14-0. Reed Robinson with a touchdown to extend the lead for the Cougars with a C. And it's been all Culver Academy, 43-7 over Highland in that one in Class 4A Sectional 17. 3A Sectional 25, allegedly Hanover Central is beating Boone Grove 21-7. Allegedly, Dylan Bowen had a pick six for the Wildcats to give them the lead. Allegedly. West Lafayette, the Red Devils at Rensselaer Central. It's been all West Lafayette. They're up 21-7. 3A Sectional 26. Still working on trying to get accurate scores for the Fairfield Falcons, John Glenn Falcons game. I feel like every time I'm announcing it, the scores change. The last update we had now is John Glenn 25-8 in the fourth quarter. So again, we'll keep an eye on that one and try to get an accurate score on that one, but it seems to keep changing every time. West Noble at Knox. We just heard it from Joe Arredondo. Jalen Schaefer with a touchdown catch to make it 15-13 Knox. Schaefer scoring for West Noble. That game going back and forth, and hopefully we'll be hearing from Joe coming up here in just a moment on the phone lines there, so we'll get through this as quickly as we can. 2A Sectional 33, Bremen is up 18-15 over Wheeler there, and it is all LaVille. They are up 44-0. Cesarne, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name. Plummer had a 5-yard touchdown pass to a teammate. LaVille up 44-0 there. 1A Sectional 41, North Judson up 21-0 over South Newton at the half, and it's been all Triton over Culver Cavaliers 41-0. In the World Series now, it's the Diamondbacks up 4-3 going into the bottom of the fourth inning in Major League Baseball. We'll send it now back over to Wayne and Ben and get those updates from that West Noble Knox game with Joe Arredondo.
Thank you, Tom. This is Ben Kolodzinski with Wayne Svetanoff. We've got Joe Arredondo with an update from the back-and-forth matchup, which is West Noble at Knox. Joe, what's going on?
All right, Knox is going to win this football game. They just turned West Noble over on fourth down
Oh, wow.
Offsetting penalties on a third down where Knox had a sack. It was a threaded horse collar that was called, and the Knox staff said that he was pulling on the jersey, not the horse collar, but it was an offsetting penalty because West Noble had held on the play. So on fourth down, they went for it. Long pass was out of bounds, incomplete. Knox just got the ball back, has their first down they needed to run the clock out. West Noble just used their second timeout. Knox is on the West Noble 22-yard line and is in the victory formation.
All right, Joe. So this game was a back-and-forth matchup. What do you think was the key to this one?
You know, there was just a lot of breaks in this ball game with the momentum that went back and forth. I think Knox's philosophy of just limiting the possession was tremendous. They got the early touchdown. The turnovers were huge. They had the pick early. They had the fumble recover early. And that helped them get off the field defensively because, West Noble offensively is the real deal. They did a great job here on that last drive of stopping the running game. They put them in a 3rd down and 7 situation, and they were unable to complete a long pass. They got some nice pass rush on Yates, the quarterback. So it's really a game that went back and forth with quick momentum bursts, but it could have gone either way, actually.
Sure. Well,
very impressed with both of these teams tonight.
Well, Joe, we've got full phone lines here, so I don't think we're going to be able to get Coach on. But I appreciate everything you've done for us tonight. We really appreciate you had a fun game there, and you're one of the best in the biz.
All right, guys. It should be. They can't stop the clock after this one. It's 2nd and 5 from their 17, so they can't stop it now. It'll be able to run.
So what is that final going to be, Joe?
It's going to be 15-13, and now they got another first down. It's going to be Knox 15, West Noble 13. So that'll be your final score here from Knox.
All right. Thank you very much, Joe. We appreciated the updates.
All righty. We'll see you.
All right. Thank you much. That's Joe Arredondo, the best in the biz, with an update from West Noble at Knox. We're going to go from West Noble and Knox to Munster and Maryville with an update from Reed Amons. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Maryville was able to pick up a 5th touchdown of the evening right before halftime, and that put the Pirates up 35-0 going into halftime. We are back in second-half action at this point. On a kind of a cool, rainy night, the spectators' favorite 2 words clock here in the second half. So there's just over 7 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Munster has had the ball the entire third quarter up to this point. And Maryville on top, 35-0, though, as the clock continues to run here in the second half.
So, Dr. Reed, what's a victory, with the rest of the running clock here in the second half, what does Maryville want to see as this game winds down?
Well, so far in defense, they haven't had the ball yet on offense, but so far in defense, almost strictly substitutes and backup players for the Pirates. And even going into half, there were quite a few subs as well. So really, at this point, they want to see what some of their younger players can do here, get them a little sectional and tournament exposure. You never know when they may need to be called upon later on in the tournament, or maybe even in future years. They want to take care of the ball, especially on a kind of a wet, slippery night like this, and just play well here and make sure there are no injuries or anything like that as the game winds down. But there's just about 6 minutes to go here. Munster all the way down to the 5-yard line of Maryville, but Maryville comfortably up on top, 35-0.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Reed. We appreciate it. Give us a call when this one goes final.
Yep. Sounds good, guys.
Right,
Talk to you soon.
Thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Munster at Maryville. We're going to go from Maryville down to Chesterton with an update from Russell Broadhacker for our Beef of the Week, Valparaiso at Chesterton. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys, so both teams are definitely beefing right now. We got a tighter game than it was before. It is 14-10. Valpo just scored with a 50-yard run out of Justin Clark straight to the house.
Justin Clark out there in the game, so that's kind of a position that's been going back and forth with him. Sharing some time here. What is Valpo doing that was really successful that drive?
I think they regrouped really well during halftime. So that was their opening possession on this. On the second half. So what really just changed the pace is they shifted it up a little bit. They threw 2 long balls that, I mean, kudos to Chesterton. Their DBs are just locked it down right now. So it was 3rd and long. They were looking for another long ball, and Justin Clark decided to keep it and just took it to the house. So really, I think Valpo's allowing their team to play, and their team just needed that extra steam right now. Their Valpo's defense is doing incredibly well right now. They have them Chesterton backed up to their own 3. I think it is 4th and 28 right now for the Trojans. So Valpo's got some life in them. Trojans, I'm looking at them to hold their lead strong, but we'll have to see on this next possession for them.
Chesterton seems like they need to have a nice play, get a first down in this quarter to stay ahead of Valpo. But it looks like, Russ, that Valpo's, the whole momentum now has switched over to the Vikings.
Oh, it has, and you can tell just from the sidelines themselves. Like, Valpo is up, moving around. Right now, Trojan kind of looks a little stunned. You know, they weren't expecting – they had a 12-point lead, or an 11-point lead, sorry, and now all of a sudden they just have a 4-point lead. So the pressure's on for them, but they've kept the pressure on the entire night, and I'm looking for that not to really change. This is a solid game, and it's about time that Valpo really welcomes themselves into the Trojan Stadium. I mean, 1 touchdown, they take the lead. So I think now we really have a sectional championship going.
Absolutely. So, all right, Russell, one more time, what is your score and time update, please?
It is 14-10 Chesterton over Valpo with 5 minutes, 30 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter.
All right, thank you much. That is Russell Broadhacker with our Beef of the Week, Valparaiso at Chesterton. We're going to go from Chesterton down to Kankakee Valley with an update from Steve Schmidt. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys, we're here in the 4th quarter now. Kankakee Valley just scored. We have ourselves a ball game. It's 14-7. Marco Castro with a 1-yard score.
So how did they march down the field, Steve?
It was just a lot of Marco Castro. That's all it really was. But what really set that drive up for KV was early on, there was a 15-yard late hit out of bounds penalty on New Prairie.
Ooh. 2
plays later, there was a face mask and another corresponding 15-yard penalty. So it was 30-yard of penalties right there that really set the Cougars up there in the red zone. The Cougars with a K, that is. And they were able to plunge it in there on the first play of the 4th quarter with Castro.
So some penalty-aided drives here. Kankakee Valley is keeping their emotions in check. I know that New Prairie has had a little bit of emotional response issues earlier in the year that have involved with some penalties like that, Steve. Does New Prairie look rattled right now?
Yeah, a couple guys on the defense were getting kind of frustrated with the series of events there. I'm over here more so on the KV sideline than I am on the New Prairie sideline. So I don't know what the kind of conversation is over there, but on the field, visibly, they are getting kind of frustrated over there.
Steve, is the Kankakee Valley's defense seeming to cause problems for New Prairie? Because we know New Prairie can score very quickly and very often.
Yeah, they definitely are stepping up to the task here, but New Prairie's been trying to run a lot up the middle, right between the tackles, and that's where KG's defense really shines tonight. They've had a lot of success running outside the tackles, but here, this current series that New Prairie's on, KG's made a little bit of an adjustment. They're having a corner or a safety crash down on the edges there, and they're getting to the ball carrier a lot quicker.
So, Steve, what does KV need to do to keep fighting back in this game?
They need to just keep playing strong defense. They've had a couple 3-and-outs early on in the game. New Prairie only had 1 possession in that 3rd quarter. It was basically a time possession dominance by KV there. But right now, they just need to continue playing strong defense and just keep giving the ball to Marco Castro on offense.
All right, thank you, Steve. One more time, what is your score and time update, please?
In the 4th quarter, we have New Prairie 14-7 over KV with 9:57 to go in the quarter.
All right, thank you much, Steve. We appreciate it. That one's going to go down to the wire, it looks like. All right, that was Steve Schmidt with an update from New Prairie at Kankakee Valley. That is an excellent game going on here. That would be a tremendous upset if Kankakee Valley was to be able to come back in this one.
Yeah, but that is pretty typical of Kurt Kennedy.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
He wants you to, get out of your rhythm. He wants you to try to change the plan if you're struggling.
Yeah.
And he is very consistent. It is defense that can win games for them.
Absolutely.
So if they continue to be able to limit New Prairie to any big runs, this could be a real ball game.
Yeah, it could be. Now, this is the easier said than done circumstance
Sure.
is stopping this New Prairie offense. It's been one of the most high-powered offenses in the state of Indiana over the last few years, so it's going to be very interesting. All right, before we go to our break, we have another update from Russell Broadhacker for our Beef of the Week, Valparaiso at Chesterton. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So I know that we were saying we really needed Chesterton to do a big play here and to get the momentum back in their favor, but that just didn't happen. Valpo took that punt return, and then it was between Clark and Berta. Clark and Berta just marching their way down the field with their run game, and Clark finally crossed that threshold to put Valpo up for the lead for the first time tonight, 17-14 over Chesterton.
Russell, does it look like Chesterton's in some quicksand right now, or is Valpo just kind of taking over?
Like I said earlier, that momentum shift really helped out Valpo. They're kind of steamrolling right now. Berta is running downhill. Clark is running agile. So I don't think that's anything against Chesterton's play style. I think Valpo's finally just playing like Valpo again. Chesterton, although they're about to start off here and receive this kick, so I'm looking for them just to spark momentum back into their side. It really just takes one good play for them to change it up for themselves.
Has Garrett Lewis, done anything in the second half?
He has not. He's been bogged down there at the line of scrimmage. It's just been really a defensive line kind of night. That's one of the main reasons why they were backed up to 4th and 23 at one point. Is just this defensive line for Valpo has come alive. So I'll be interested to see how they pull off in this progression.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. We appreciate the update. One more time, what is your scoring time update, please?
It is 3 minutes, 13 seconds left of the third quarter, 17-14, Valparaiso over Chesterton.
All right, thank you much. That was Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Beef of the Week, Valparaiso at Chesterton. We are going to, after our break, we have an update from Chris Gloff with our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, Lafayette Jeff at Crown Point. This is Ben Kolodzinski and Wayne Svetanoff for 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage, Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. Rain across the region.
It has no doubt impacted scores, and it will still continue to impact things across Northwest Indiana. Right now, though, it has not impacted the Crown Point Bulldogs. The Sacred Dunes game of the week, it is all Crown Point, 35-10 over the Lafayette Jeff Broncos. We've got Chris Gloff on the phone here, so we'll hopefully be getting an update from him. That game is in the that game is in the fourth quarter there, so getting pretty close to final, if not yet. A lot of games final already, though. We'll be getting to those in just a moment. Right now, it's Lake Central up 14-0 over Portage. Xavier Williams with both scores for the LC Indians. This one is final. Warsaw defeats Carroll 31-17 in Class 6A Sectional 2. They will take on Penn, who defeated Elkhart 35-0. 5A Sectional 9, it is all Maryville up 35-0 with a running clock against the Munster Mustangs. Hammond Morton up 20-6 over the Hammond Central Wolves in the third quarter. Morton defeated Hammond Central earlier in the season as well, so a little not much, I guess, of a little payback there. 5A Sectional 10, the Valpo Vikings finally take the lead against the Chesterton Trojans. The Vikings seemingly feeling like they were stuck in mud all night long, but thanks to a 50-yard touchdown run from Justin Clark, that shifted the tide, and the Vikings immediately added another score after that to go up 17-14. Michigan City at LaPorte. The score is 6-0 City at the half against the Wolves. CJ Peters tweets out that the Wolves have 208 yards of offense. The Slicers with only 44. The rain starting to come down, but the big story there, Tyler Bush for Michigan City, leaving the game on a stretcher in an ambulance. Our thoughts and prayers are with him tonight. Hopefully it's not serious and he's able to make a pretty quick recovery here for Michigan City. Class 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie is up 14-7, but not before Marco Castro finally got the Kankakee Valley Cougars on the board with a 1-yard touchdown run there in the fourth quarter. Highland at Culver. It is all Culver. 43-7 was the last update that we had for that game. 3A Sectional 25. The last update we had there was Hanover Central up 21-7 over Boone Grove at the half. 28-7. Hanover Central over Boone Grove at the half there in 3A Sectional 25. West Lafayette Red Devils all over the Rensselaer Bombers 21-7 in that one. 3A Sectional 26, it's gone final. John Glenn beats Fairfield 25-8. Joe Arredondo was on the call for Knox West Noble. West Noble gets their first loss of the season. Knox moves to 11-0 with a 15-13 victory. 2A Sectional 33 all knotted up at 18-18 with Bremen and Wheeler. It's been all LaVille this evening. The last update we had there, it was 50-0 LaVille over Whiting with a Chase Lee 21-yard touchdown run on that one. 1A Sectional 41 North Judson, the Blue Jays up 21-0 over the South Newton Rebels at the half. And it's been all Triton 41-0 over the Culver Cavaliers. In the World Series, the Diamondbacks lead 5-3 over the Texas Rangers in Game 1. We'll go back into the studio for Wayne and Ben.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski here with Wayne Svetanoff. Thank you, Tom. We're going to go ahead and start off with our Sacred Dunes Game of the Week, an update from Chris Gloff, Lafayette Jeff at Crown Point. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, guys, what's up? 8:40 left in the fourth quarter. Dogs 42, Broncos 10. To say it's been all dogs the second half is an understatement. These numbers, courtesy of Sam Beithuisen and the NWI Times, the Broncos have one first down in the second half.
Wow.
Larry Ellison of Crown Point is over 300 yards rushing on the night.
Wow. So I was expecting more of a tight game here, Chris. What has Crown Point done so well?
I just felt a shift change somewhere near the end of that first half, standing on the sidelines and kind of watching the mannerisms of Lafayette Jeff and Crown Point. Crown Point, after that initial fluke beginning, just seemed to really rally behind it. There was a bit of a swagger from the Broncos, but once Crown Point came down the field and scored and then eventually took the lead, you could just see the shoulders, everything kind of just drop. The coverage hasn't been as tight as in the first half. The DBs are playing off a little bit because they fear, I think, they're going to get beat on the pass. And now I'm watching a run play as we speak right now, and everything just kind of opens up in the middle of the field. The O-line of Crown Point is just dominating and pushing back. And the other thing, I was talking to some guys up here in the booth, is I have never seen as many tush pushing. And I know that's been the talk amongst college football this year, but tonight there had to be 6 or 7 times when Ehrlich had the ball or Barrett from Lafayette Jeff or Ellison had the ball, and there were 4 or 5 guys just pushing and pushing and pushing. It's one of those nights, right? It's gotten sloppy. It's really wet out right now. I'm looking at sideline tents that are just drenched in water, and they're popping them out to get the water off the tent. So, the game has shifted from a pass-heavy game to a run game, and the run game is just there for Crown Point, and their line is just dominating.
Chris, how many touchdowns does Ellison have for Crown Point?
Ellison is at 5 touchdowns right now.
Wow.
My goodness.
5 touchdowns.
My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, he's just and I've stood next to him on the sideline. I'm watching him from up in the booth right now. If I were to walk down the street, I wouldn't think much of him. But when you see him in a game and you see him with that ball and he takes it to another level and just chops those feet, and he's quick and elusive. I've seen that now. Crown Point just kind of fumbled the ball but recovered it at the 40-yard line of the Broncos. But Ellison just came out of the game. He had a little bit of a limp the last time after he scored the last touchdown. And I think, either he's got a little bumps and bruises or they're just like, hey, it's 42-10, Larry. That's enough. Take the night off and get ready for next week.
All right. Thank you much, Chris. One more time. What was your scoring time update, please?
It is 42-10 Dogs with 5:34 left in the game, and I'm hopeful I'll be calling you guys back after the game. Hopefully we'll get Buzz on and have a conversation with him immediately following the game.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much, Chris.
All right, guys, take care.
All right, thank you much. That was Chris Clough with an update from our Sacred Dunes game of the week, Lafayette Jeff at Crown Point. We're going to go from Crown Point to Lake Central with an update from Gary Graven for Portage at Lake Central. Gary, what's going on?
Owen Denny, the veteran kicker for Lake Central, a 30-yard tally here, making the score 17-0. Lake Central over Portage. Again, 7:30 to go here in the game, and it looks, with a 3-score lead, it looks like Lake Central has this one on ice.
So what did Lake Central do so well tonight, Gary?
Well, their defense was stellar. They really have held Portage in check on all phases here. They got enough out of Xavier Williams at the start of the game. The third quarter was just a taffy pull back and forth. It wasn't until the fourth we had any more scoring. And again, I think Portage just does not have enough offense here to mount a charge here against Lake Central. So not a dominating win for Lake Central here, but enough here where they've been in command most of the game.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty disappointing season for Portage this year, being so close but not getting that victory.
No, it's going to be back to the drawing board. Get more kids to come out for football, which Coach Richards is great at. Get kids listening, dedicated. I think, again, it's going to take time. The Duneland Conference, you don't just march in here and win 7 games. So there's work to do at Portage. They have the right man for the job. And here at Lake Central, a big win here for Coach Good. And it looks like they will be traveling over to Crown Point next week for the rematch of that regular season game.
Yeah, that's going to be a big game for Lake Central, I think. And but boy, I'll tell you, Crown Point just turned it on in the second half against Lafayette Jeff. So Lake Central is going to have a big task. But with Xavier Williams back, now he ended up with 2 touchdowns and over 100 yards, right?
Correct. Correct. I would say one of the things, talking to people here from Lake Central at halftime, one of the fears is he has not played a lot in the last 5 weeks or so. So how is his stamina going to be? And next week, that's really going to get tested because if he's not out there a lot, Lake Central is going to be in trouble next week.
All right. Thank you, Gary. One more time. What is your scoring time update, please?
17-0. Indians over Indians. Lake Central over Portage with 5:30 to go here in the game.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. Go ahead and give us a call back when this game goes final, please.
You got it.
All right, thank you much. That's Gary Graven with an update from the Indians versus the Indians, Portage at Lake Central. Now we're going to go from Lake Central to Kankakee Valley with an update from Steve Schmidt, New Prairie at KV. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys, New Prairie scored after I got off the phone with you guys. Marshall Kalisic on the quarterback keeper, about 20 yards or so to the end zone. Kind of took the wind out of the sails of the Cougars with a K on the sidelines, that is. But slow, methodical drive down the field, thanks in part to Adrian Usman. Yeah, we returned the ensuing kickoff about 50-some yards down the field, got to 25. Slow, methodical drive, but on 4th down and 10, sees it on the line at this point. Back shoulder throw from Diego Arroyo to Lane Zander in the end zone. Touchdown, Kankakee Valley.
Oh, wow.
21-14 right now in the 4:24 left.
So Kankakee Valley's showing some fight here. What are they doing to claw back in?
They're just taking advantage of mistakes from New Prairie. It was kind of a blown coverage there. It was just a straight go route. The defender couldn't get his head turned around quick enough. It was a perfect placement from Arroyo. It was literally right here in front of me, guys. I thought about going out there and celebrating with Lane Zander, but I figured that probably wasn't the best thing to do.
Yeah, probably wouldn't be a good look for a media member to be hugging on one of the athletes. But no, this is a good situation for Kankakee Valley.
Yeah, right now New Prairie has the ball 2nd and 11 deep in KG territory. It's on the kickoff. The returner, it bounced and went through his legs and it went inside the 5-yard line.
Oh,
and KG's kick return was able to get him down. And another big stop there as 3 or 4 Cougar defenders just on the ball carrier there, Reed Robinson. They're having a hard time right now running on the Cougar defense.
All right, thank you very much, Steve. Looks like your game's going to go down to the wire. One more time, what was your score and time update, please?
It's 21-14, Kankakee Valley, New Prairie, 21-14 in the 4th quarter.
All right, thank you much. That's Steve Schmidt with an update from Kankakee Valley and New Prairie. We're going to go from Kankakee Valley to Russell Broadhacker for our Beef of the Week, Valparaiso at Chesterton. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys, so we're well into the 4th quarter. There's 8 minutes, 53 seconds left to go in the game. Valpo is currently up now 24-14 against the Trojans. That last score came from Thomas Berta, who ran it from their 37 all the way to the house for the touchdown.
So Valparaiso is kind of spreading it out a little bit. Clark is doing a little bit. Berta's doing a little bit. And I would assume that the Valpo offensive line is kind of taking over.
Yes, they really have. They're creating great gaps for him. Clark is, I'm pretty sure they're just running that read option because 9 times out of 10, he has that option to either hand it off or to run it himself. But Berta took it to the house this last time. In terms of Chesterton, their offense isn't alive, and I feel like their confidence has kind of been shot. So most of their plays are getting eaten up at the line of scrimmage or out in the flats. I know you had me looking over at Garrett during the second half. They really got his number. So Valpo must have just critiqued something over halftime and just knew that Garrett was going to be that big issue, and they pretty much locked him down. I haven't seen him break out past the flats yet this second half.
Interesting. All right, Russell, one more time. Where's your score and time update, please?
It is 24-14, Valpo over Chesterton with 8 minutes, 30 seconds left to go of the game.
You've got a fun one there, Russell. We'll see if Chesterton can claw back. I'm looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, that was Russell Broadhacker with our Beef of the Week, Valparaiso at Chesterton. We'll go from Chesterton over to Lake Central with an update from Gary Graven, Portage at Lake Central. Gary, what's going on?
First of all, the rain is pouring down again here. Omarion Brooks, the other running back for Lake Central, who has had a lesser role here this year when Xavier's in the game. 32-yard touchdown run. The extra point was missed. 23-0 Lake Central over Portage. 4:22 to go at a very saggy burial ground.
So at this point, Gary, what are you looking for as a coach for both Portage or Lake Central?
Well, I thought you were talking to me because I was looking for the dry car. But if you're going to make me put the red coaching hat on, we talked last update about Roy Richards and what he then needs to do with Portage. This is the year that Coach Good has pointed to with a lot of the seniors. He did not expect to lose his quarterback to Hobart in the offseason. which was something that probably set them back a little bit. But again, he has put together now winning seasons at Lake Central. Obviously, he's got King Kong next week, so that's a different kind of story. But I think the growth that the program has had is the key here, that they have more of a winning attitude. And again, as we keep talking about, what you go into that off season for, because starting as soon as you play your last game, you're already on the clock for the first game next year. And I think for Lake Central here, the arrow is pointed up. They've had a few solid seasons here. Obviously, losing Xavier here is going to be a major graduation loss at the end of this season. But again, I think Coach Good has numbers that are up, number of skill players, even good kickers, everything, all the things you need to have a solid team. It's just in the Duneland Conference, you can have all that and still finish 500.
Gary, you talked about Lake Central losing their quarterback to Hobart, which was kind of a surprise. Which quarterback, which one was the one that was playing tonight for Lake Central?
Kwiatkowski. It was Kwiatkowski tonight.
Oh, okay, so he's come back, okay.
Yes, he came back, and he's another guy, obviously, who needs to get his legs under him because he missed a few games too. But he was back, so it's Kwiatkowski's job here if he's healthy.
Okay. Did the second? Who was the second quarterback that they had?
I'd love to tell you that, but my roster didn't make it through the second quarter in this game.
It's a
if you say a name, I'm liable to say yes, it is.
Okay.
So I have no names left in front of me here with all my notes gone. So we'll just have to, maybe next week I'll surprise you guys with that name.
Okay, thanks, bud.
All right, fair enough. We appreciate it, Gary. One more time, your scoring time update.
Again, 23-0 Lake Central over Portage. We are in the final 2 minutes of this game, thankfully.
All right, Gary, fair enough. Give us a call with the final score, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good.
All right, thank you much. That was Gary Graben with an update from Portage at Lake Central. We are actually on a hard break here. After this break, we'll have Dr. Reed Amons and Steve Schmidt with an update from their respective games.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM, Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
The players love it, the fans don't, and the cleaning crew definitely doesn't. It is a wet one across northwest Indiana, but it is not impacting scores. You wouldn't know it otherwise. Let's get through these here. Crown Point up big over Lafayette Jeff in our Sacred Dunes game of the week, 42-10 over Lafayette Jeff and the Broncos. Lake Central is up 23-0 over Portage in the fourth quarter there. Warsaw defeats Carroll 31-17. Penn shuts out Elkhart 35-0. Maryville's up 35-0 over Munster there. That game late in the fourth quarter. Hammond Morton's up 20-6 over Hammond Central. Our beef of the week, the Valpo Vikings have clawed back and come back to take a big lead, 24-14 over the Chesterton Trojans. It is still 6-3 Michigan City in the third quarter over LaPorte. LaPorte finally getting on the board thanks to a field goal. New Prairie's up 21-14, but KV is driving. Steve Schmidt, stand by. We're going to be talking with you in just a moment. Culver Military's all over Highland 43-7. Last update we have now from Hanover is up 41-7, allegedly, over Boone Grove. West Lafayette's up 35-7 over Rensselaer. Final at John Glenn. It's all John Glenn beating Fairfield 25-8. See, I told you the Falcons would win. Knox defeats West Noble 15-13. Bremen holds on to beat Wheeler in a squeaker 21-18. It's all LaVille. Final 50-0 there. And North Judson beating South Newton 21-0. Triton up 41-0 over Culver. Back to the studio, guys.
All right, thank you, Tom. This is Ben Kolodzinski here with Wayne Svetanoff. We're going out to Steve Schmidt with an update from New Prairie at KV. This game is coming down to the wire. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys, here in the fourth quarter, Diego Arroyo hit Adrian Huckman on a 15-yard go route down the field. 3 plays later, Marco Castro gets in the end zone and scores. Extra point is good. We are all tied up at 21 with 2 minutes to go.
Wow, all tied up at 21 right now. So how much time, 2 minutes?
2 minutes on the dot. Yep, KV just tried to do kind of a good kick here to see what New Prairie's going to do. They're trying to get to the outside here on the kickoff. And a big hit there. And put it out of bounds. And it's going to be first down for New Prairie about at the 20-yard line, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Steve. We appreciate it. We're going to have to go ahead and have you call us back as this game goes on. We're going to go ahead and take line 2 with Coach Bazia here. Hey, Coach, are you there for us? I guess we don't have Coach Bazia here, so we'll come back with Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Munster at Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on? I guess we're having some phone difficulties. Hey, Andrew, how about you open your mic and tell us what's going on?
Let's go to Coach now.
All right, thank you. How about Coach Bazia? Coach, congratulations on a strong victory today.
Hey, guys, this is Chris Gloff. I'm waiting for Coach. He is coming to me right now as we talk. He's coming in right now. Coach, we've got Lakeshore on the line.
Oh.
Hey, Coach Bazia, Ben Kolodzinski here. Congratulations on a strong victory.
Thank you, Ben. I got don't have much of a voice left, so I'll do the best I can.
Sounds like you've been coaching hard. So what was the key to your victory today?
Well, we just weathered the storm. We got behind 10-0, and I think our guys.
Coach,
the boys did. Yep.
Go ahead. Were you finished?
Well, no, we just held our points, did what we were supposed to do, and came out with a good win.
It was. And, Coach, this is Wayne Svetanoff, and,
Hi, Wayne.
How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. I'm wet right now.
Yeah, I know. Hey, listen, I was so impressed. I've always felt that the best coaches and best coaching staffs make adjustments at halftime. Lafayette came out very well. They, punched you in the face a little bit in that first half. You guys came back, and I thought your halftime adjustments, yours and your coaching staff, and the emotions that Crown Point had, and the enthusiasm, that's what won the game for you.
Well, I appreciate that, but we're only as good as our players, right? And, it was a couple adjustments here and there. I got a great coaching staff, but our players did a fantastic job of taking those adjustments into the second half, and got the result we wanted.
So, Coach, you have to be awfully proud of your team overcoming a foe from last season. What are you looking forward to as this postseason continues?
Well, we got a chance to do something that we didn't do last year, and that's win the sectional. So that's all we're concentrating on, and we'll get back to work tomorrow on that.
All right. Thank you very much, Coach. Anything you want to add before we let you go celebrate with your team?
No, good talking to you guys. I apologize about my voice.
Hey, you're enjoying it. I've been there, Coach, and does a great job, and you did an excellent job tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good night, guys.
All right. Congratulations. That's Coach Bazia with a big victory over Lafayette. Jeff, so we're going to go from there to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Munster and Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, we are final over in Demery Stadium. Maryville wins tonight, 49-7. Hold serve, carries on to the sectional championship for next week as they'll travel to Hammond, either Morton or Hammond Central. But victory tonight for the Pirates, 49-7 over Munster's Mustangs.
You know, Dr. Reed, Maryville has so much depth and so much strength. They really right now are playing very well. Munster's improved, and I really think that Maryville's just kind of in a dominant mode right now.
Yeah, Maryville played very well on both sides of the ball. They really owned the line of scrimmage, both offensively and defensively. They were able to capitalize on some Munster turnovers there in the first half, a couple fumbles with the wet weather, and an interception that occurred very deep in Munster's own territory that they were able to return just for about 23 yards for a touchdown. Able to capitalize on some mistakes offensively and defensively, and when it's rainy and kind of cold outside, you need to possess the ball and you need to capitalize on your opponent's mistakes. And Munster provided those to Maryville tonight, and Maryville was able to capitalize.
You know, there's a young man on Maryville's team, Jalen Ramsey. He had a pick six tonight, and he's had a couple of really good games with interceptions. That defense from Maryville is quick, and those defensive backs have really shut down people.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Wayne. And when you have a front 4 or 7 that can really own the line of scrimmage and put some pressure on the quarterback and get him out of the pocket and get him to maybe rush his throws a little bit or don't let the receivers fully develop into the routes, then certainly those defensive backs love it when that can happen. Sure. Because then that maybe the ball flutters and maybe overshoot a wide receiver or underthrow or just something that's a little off target, and those defensive backs can really take advantage of it. And Maryville's done a great job of that over the years, teaching that to their kids, and their players do a nice job of reading the ball. And you're right, Ramsey's done a very nice job this year. Pick six tonight. He's had some really nice special teams plays this year as well. And, Maryville definitely clicked tonight, and they hope to keep it going through what they hope to be a long tournament run coming up here in a couple weeks.
Absolutely, Reed. Before I let you go, we've got some full phone lines. I wanted to let you know Andrew Johnson is making it absolutely imperative that I tell you that the Morton Governors are up 40-6 right now.
So it looks like it'll be Maryville at Morton next week for a sectional championship. Should be a very exciting game, and hopefully there's more likely that we'll have more points than degrees on the temperature, on the thermostat, or on the temperature. So, looking forward to a good sectional championship, and hopefully we'll have some decent weather and we can get a good game in.
All right. Thank you much, Dr. Reed. We appreciate your updates. So I'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great, guys. Thanks for all you do.
All right, that's Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Munster at Maryville. We're going to go from Dr. Reed to Steve Schmidt, who's got a game that's going down to the wire. New Prairie at KV. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys. KV forced a 3-and-out on the ensuing possession after the punt. Diego Arroyo doesn't go down the field. Pass was intercepted by Reese Asinski. Then the KV defense sacks Kamisek. At the end of the quarter, we are going to overtime. It's 21-21.
All right, sounds good. Here's what we're going to do, Steve. We are going to put you on hold, and we're going to go back and forth with you, and we're going to talk to Russell Broadacre while you wait. Okay?
Sounds good.
All right, we're going to go to Russell Broadacre with an update for our Beef of the Week, Valpo at Chesterton. Russell, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So Valpo is just continuously steamrolling here in this fourth quarter. It is 31-14 with 2 minutes, 20 seconds left to go of the game. That last score was a pick six by Ben Fedorchik.
Wow.
And he just took that off the sideline, ran it till the wheels came off all the way to the house.
You said it was Ben Forchek?
Fedorchik. I'll spell that out for you.
Yeah.
It is Fedorchak.
Okay. Thanks. And it was a pick six. Okay.
Yep, pick six there to pretty much ice this game. So Russell, do us a favor. We've got a game in overtime. Give us a call when this game goes final, would you please?
Will do, boss.
All right, thank you much. That's Russell Broadhacker with an update from our Beef of the Week, Valparaiso at Chesterton. We're going to go back to Steve Schmidt with an overtime game, New Prairie at Kankakee Valley. Steve, what's going on?
Well, right now we're still kind of between the periods here. The referees are talking at midfield. Both teams are on their sidelines trying to figure out who gets the ball first and what side of the field that they want to go on. Here in high school, it is you get to play the 10-yard line.
Right.
For opportunity to try to get it into the end zone from there, whereas college is a little different than 45. Here in high school, it's at the 10-yard line. So at this point, I'm sure the referees are just reiterating that to the coaches and the players on the sideline. And now Coach Kennedy coming out for KV to the midfield, Coach McKim. So they're gonna figure this out here.
Sure.
Right now, we're kind of in a holding pattern, waiting to see what's going on.
All right, Steve, we're going to stick with you here. We're gonna ride you probably until at least the next break, and just see how this game is going. What are you seeing right now? Who has the momentum? Where do you see the rest of this overtime going?
Well, right now the momentum is solely on the Kankakee Valley sideline. It's 2 scores in the fourth quarter alone, and all their points here in the second half rather. New Prairie's been scored early in the early in the second half here, but since there's been 21 unanswered by the Cougars with the K, and the fans here are getting pretty excited.
Steve, Lane Zander, we've seen him in the paper. We've talked about him as an athlete. Has he been kicked to and had any success on special teams tonight?
On the kickoff itself, no. But on punts, they have to because he's the only guy back there. But they're kicking as far away from him as he possibly can, but he's tracking every single one of them down. But he hasn't really had much success in the punt return game today because as soon as that ball kicked, they have about 3 or 4 guys down there ready to hit him.
Yeah, they take a lot of pride in their special teams at New Prairie, so it's definitely not a surprise that they're pretty efficient on that end. Steve, what have you seen from KV's defense stopping New Prairie's offense?
They're just flying, man. As soon as that ball snaps, they are flying, and they're hitting the offensive line before they're even getting out of their stance. The secondary really hasn't been too much of a factor. I think Kamicek's only tried to throw the ball 3 or 4 times.
Oh, really?
Including that last one where he got sacked at the end of the quarter. Yeah, so they've been trying to run the ball predominantly with Robinson. Kamicek's only had a couple of carries today, including that score he had. But looks like we're getting ready to get set up here, guys. I got to run over down the other side of the field, and it looks like New Prairie's going to start with the ball here. And, it's KV starting with the ball.
Okay,
yeah,
so...
Kankakee Valley's going to be starting with the ball.
All right, so break it down for us. Tell us what's going on.
Actually, no, I was just kidding. New Prairie is starting with the ball.
Oh, there we go.
This time I'm for sure.
That's why you're the best in the business, Steve.
New Prairie's been running a lot today out of the shotgun, especially. Kamicek had 2 different running backs flanking him on each side. Right now he's got 1 to his right. It is, let me look at my roster. Brock Spinker right to his right here. Snap, handoff to Spinker. Oh, Kamicek hangs on to it. Hit it the 5-yard line, but he sneaks out and he gets in the end zone for a touchdown.
Oh, wow, one play touchdown.
There, he broke a couple tackles there. 1 at the 5 and 1 right at the 2-yard line. Just wanting it more than the Cougar defense did right there.
All right, so we're at a point here where this extra point really matters.
Yes, it really does. It looks like they're going to be sending the kicker out here to attempt a PAT. Yeah, their kicker is 69 Owen Chalik, senior. Getting set up here. Here we go. Snap, the hold, the kick. It is good. So 28-21 New Prairie here. We're going to go out on the other field now. Ready for the Cougars to take it.
All right, so this is what dreams are made of, right, Coach?
Yeah.
Kankakee Valley with an opportunity to upset one of the premier teams in the state of Indiana, and on their home court in the sectionals. This is really big. How do you Well, how do you coach this moment? This is just kind of like an embrace the situation.
Well, you've practiced this and stuff like that, but really, you've got to be very happy about the fact that you're in overtime with this type of a team.
Right.
Now, obviously, they have to just totally forget what New Prairie did because they scored on the first play in overtime. Right. That can be demoralizing. But Kankakee Valley has 4 downs to go.
Right.
Oh, well, maybe more with first downs, but they basically can tie this thing. That's their goal right now.
Right.
Arroyo hands the first play off. As I started to touch off the Wayne, hand off the Castro inside and gets brought down by a gain of 1 on the play.
So a gain of 1 there?
Yeah, gain of 1.
All right, so we've got second and 9.
The first time tonight here, we're just now starting to get the rain, guys. It's been a dry night all night. The rain's just now starting to fall. It's kind of a misty rain. Could solve the problem this is the past year.
Steve, can KV throw the ball?
Yeah, Diego Arroyo was throwing the ball well tonight. He did have 1 interception, but it was kind of a jump ball on the sideline. But he did throw for a touchdown as well. Castro tries to go up the middle there, and he's brought down to 5. So 3rd down coming up here.
What yard line are we on here, Steve?
We are at the 5-yard line.
5-yard line. So we've got a 3rd and 5 here. They've got 2 opportunities here to get it into the end zone.
I like what they've been trying to do with Castro. They've run the ball up the gut. They've had a lot of success there today. Running right up the New Prairie defense, right up the middle, moving off left tackle. They've had a lot of success there. So I expect them to do that here in these last 2 plays. Go with the guys that got.
So it's all you, Steve.
Set up here is going to be Arroyo in the shotgun with Castro flank to his right. 4 receiver set here for KV. Arroyo's going to roll out to the right. Tries to look for a guy open, and it's dropped in the end zone by New Prairie's Peyton Scott in the end zone. A game-stealing interception right there. Lost for New Prairie. Gives KV 1 more opportunity.
Wow, so here it comes.
4th down coming up. How bad do you want it?
Exactly right. It's do or die right now.
And right now, you can hear the New Prairie fans, guys. They are going crazy over there on their side of the field.
So it's all you, Steve. You tell us what's going on.
All right, KV's going to break the huddle here. Get the line of scrimmage here. It's going to be the same look here with Arroyo in the backfield and Castro flank to his right. 3 receiver set. Snap. And dropped by Arroyo. He picks it up, tries to scramble, and he's brought down. The game is over. New Prairie holds on here, and the game is over. New Prairie defeats Kankakee Valley 28-21.
All right, Steve, it seems like you had a really exciting game here at the very end. What was the key here, and what, if you're Kankakee Valley, what do you take away from this?
You take away a lot of fight, a lot of heart to stay on the sideline here tonight for the Cougars of Kankakee Valley. Yeah, New Prairie's no slouch in the team. There's a reason that they're defending for a state runner-up, and being able to take these guys to overtime. A 5-5 team heading into the season. A lot of people around the state probably didn't expect much out of the Cougars for the state tonight, but they really had a lot of heart tonight and really battled to the end.
Coach, do you have any questions for Steve here?
No, I really think that I was very impressed with KV. Boy, I'll tell you, they've come a long way from the first game in the season.
Yes, they have.
And, Kennedy brought them up this far. And, boy, when you can be in an overtime and go down to the last play and have a chance to tie and go into a second overtime, that's a success story.
It is. It is. Steve, what are your takeaways of this game here?
Well, I think KV's building. They show a lot of good today, a lot of younger guys on the field. They've been led by a lot of young guys, but they're going to be missing a lot next year. They're losing a lot of skill players that were seniors that are going to be graduating out. So for Kankakee Valley, the future for them is bright. New Prairie, they're just a tough, gritty team, man. They found a way to get this game heading back to Rowan Prairie to victory.
Well, all right. We've got. We appreciate everything that you've done for us, Steve. Steve, get to your car. We may be chatting towards the end of the show here because I think you're the last game to go final for us. So get to your car, and we may have you call in, and we'll talk a little football with you.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you much. That was Steve Schmidt with a heartbreaking loss covering Kankakee Valley losing to New Prairie in overtime. All right, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future.
As the saying goes, all politics is local. Nothing is more local than the municipal races across Northwest Indiana during this election season. Join Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, on Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. for live local election night coverage. We'll have real-time numbers as well as in-studio analysis, and we'll hear from the winning candidates across Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It's election night coverage, Tuesday, November 7th at 7 p.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and your smart speaker. And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 scoreboard update.
So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, something. I don't know the words, all right? The hills are alive with the sound of music, and players are tired. They've gone home. Seasons have ended, and frankly, dramatically tonight. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. Week 2 of sectional football. Week 1 if you're Class 6A and Class 5A. 6A, Sectional 1. The Sacred Dunes game of the week. The Crown Point Bulldogs are victorious 42-10 to extend their record to 10-0 on the season. Early on in the game, Lafayette Jeff comes out. DJ Young scores a 55-yard touchdown reception, shredding the Crown Point secondary. Jeff then goes for the onside kick. They don't recover. Crown Point has to punt on a short field. Jeff drives down immediately, and this is where the tide turned for the Bulldogs. Bend, but don't break. They held Lafayette Jeff to a 27-yard field goal. They were down 10-7. Then the Larry Ellison show took over. Ellison's first of the night from 15 yards out, 10-7, Crown Point. From there, it was all Crown Point and all Larry Ellison. Wayne Ben, player of the evening tonight. I think it's got to be him. Over 300 yards rushing for the Bulldogs and 5 touchdowns on the night. A big victory for the Crown Point Bulldogs when early on it looked like they were going to be struggling. They will take on Lake Central, who shut out the Portage Indians 23-0. Xavier Williams with a couple of touchdown scores, had over 100 yards rushing. And an unfortunate season for the Portage Indians finally comes to an end as they remain winless. The Lake Central Indians now move to 5-5 on the season. Class 6A Sectional 2, the Fort Wayne Carroll Chargers traveling to Warsaw, and it was all Warsaw, 31-17. Some of the stats in this game are just bonkers. Why, might you ask? Well, Warsaw ran off all 12 minutes of the third quarter. They opened the first quarter with first and goal at the 5-yard line, leading 10-3. So at that point, they put up 21 points in the fourth quarter alone, only giving up a touchdown to Carroll. Just an absolute offensive display by the Warsaw Tigers, who moved to 9-1 on the season thanks to their victory. They will take on the winner tonight of Elkhart and Penn, where it was all Penn. They shut out the Elkhart Lions 35-0. No, I won't make a Wizard of Oz comment about a lion in that one, I promise. The Kingsmen, well, they put Humpty Dumpty back together without a problem, and it was all Penn from Noah McCullough with 2 touchdown runs, 2 quarterback keepers. Dominic Bonner, the 54-yard pick six. Jake Ballas adds another touchdown for Penn as well. 5A Sectional 9. It was all Maryville as they beat up on the Munster Mustangs 49-7. The Pirates moved to 8-2 on the season. They will take on the winner of Hammond Morton and Hammond Central. Right now, it's all Morton, 46-6. It's now 52-6 here, 52-6, all Morton over Central there. So get ready for a Maryville and Morton game. That game should actually be at Morton. 5A Sectional 10. Chesterton Trojans came out hot. Valpo's Justin Clark throws an interception on the third play of the drive for the Vikings. The Trojans take over deep in the red zone. They go up 7-0. Valpo had a touchdown called back on a holding call. Drayden Wilcox puts it through the uprights to make it 7-3. Garrett Lewis adds another touchdown for the Trojans, his second of the night. It's 14-3 Chesterton, and everybody in Valparaiso and Chesterton's looking around and saying, is this real? Well, turns out it wasn't. Fool's gold often gets the best of us. Valpo then scores 21 unanswered points. They go on to win 31-14. They move to 8-2 on the season. 5A Sectional 10. They will take on the winner of Michigan City and LaPorte. This game is still City 6, LaPorte 3. In the fourth quarter, there was a very, very long delay earlier in the game. Tyler Bush had to be taken off the field via ambulance after getting hit hard. A high snap, he recovered it, attempted to throw the ball away. The ball was intercepted on the play, and Bush went down. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with Tyler Bush, his family, and the City Wolves players this evening, and hopefully it is a quick recovery for Bush. 4A Sectional 17, you heard Steve Schmidt with the play-by-play call there in overtime. Hard to believe because it was all New Prairie. They're up 14-0. At one point up, then again 21-7. KV answers. Knots it up at 21 apiece, but New Prairie scores on the first play of overtime. Kimmick from 10 yards out to give the New Prairie Cougars with a C a 28-21 victory. New Prairie moves to 9-2 on the season. They will take on the winner of Culver and Highland, where it's been all Culver, 43-7 is the last update we have there in 4A Sectional 17. That one has not yet gone final, so again, we'll keep an eye on that game. Class 3A Sectional 25. Allegedly, the Hanover Central Wildcats were beating the Boone Grove Wolves 41-13. We'll leave it at that. This has gone final. West Lafayette beats up on Rensselaer. The Red Devils 42, the Bombers 7. The West Lafayette Red Devils move to 8-3 on the season, and should the Hanover Central Wildcats move to 11-0, can we put an asterisk next to that 11-0? No? Okay. They'll go ahead and take on West Lafayette, actually at home. It'll be in West Lafayette next week. Kevin, get ready to drive down to West Lafayette. Class 3A Sectional 26. The Falcons beat the Falcons. John Glenn puts up 25, and Fairfield scores 8. They take on the Knox Redskins, who move to 11-0 on the season. Knox beats West Noble 15-13. 2A sectional 33. The Bremen Lions move to 6-5 thanks to a 21-18 victory over the Wheeler Bearcats. And it was all LaVille from the outstart. Whiting elected to kick off to LaVille and defer and get the ball back in the second half, but it mattered for naught as LaVille wins 50-0 there. 1A sectional 41. The last update we had was North Judson up 21-0 over South Newton at the half. And then it's been all Triton over Culver 41-0. The Trojans with a big lead there. And, of course, the other game happening tonight, the World Series, Game 1, top of the 7th inning. The D-backs are up 5-3 over the Rangers. We'll go ahead and get back into the studio or take a break, rather. We'll get back into the studio after the break. See how I spun that? Like a running back on wet turf. This is Game Night.
What am I going to break up from? There's no boyfriend activity going on here. I'm helpless in a hospital bed. What am I going to say? I want to start seeing other patients?
Join us for stories that prove things aren't always as they appear. That's next time on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at noon and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Psychedelics are a multi-billion-dollar industry, but many come from plant medicines first discovered by indigenous cultures, and that's a problem.
We can't tell the true history of psychedelics without acknowledging the plight of indigenous peoples, right? This has always been a way of our life that was taken from us.
Can psychedelics be decolonized? Next time on To the Best of Our Knowledge.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
I love Bullseye because Jesse's enthusiasm and excitement is totally catching and infectious.
I'm Jesse Thorne. This week, how many words can you make out of the letters in Ira Glass's name? And what's the best word? Ira himself tells me the answer, plus soul singer Betty LaVette. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in for Bullseye, Saturday evening at 5, here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6, here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6, here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
I was at my home in Washington, D.C. when I learned that my neighbor knew someone who had been taken hostage by Hamas in Gaza. So I've come here to Israel to find his family. I'm Steve Inskeep. We'll co-host Morning Edition from Israel next week on NPR News.
Tune in for Morning Edition from 4 to 9 a.m. with local news beginning at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. From Muddy Waters to Toronzo Cannon and Buddy Guy to Wayne Baker Brooks, the blues lives on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Every Friday night, beginning at 10 p.m. following game night. Cruise the Blues with Mr. Jack. Visit all of your friends of the blues and wrap up with Blues Before Sunrise. Friday night is Blues Night here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org or on your smart speaker.
This is Halloween, pumpkin scream in the middle of night.
This is the time of the year that things go bump in the night. The scary and the unexplainable cause such a fright. Join us if you dare for Snap Judgment's Halloween Spooktacular. Host Glenn Washington will bring you true-life supernatural stories told firsthand by people who can barely believe it happened themselves.
Be afraid.
Tune in on All Hallows Eve, beginning at 9 a.m. here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Do not miss it.
Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We've had a very, very long, exciting night of football. So what we're going to go ahead and do, we have Steve Schmidt on the line, so we're going to bring Steve into the conversation here. And we're going to get to you in a second here, Steve, but we're going to talk about our surprises of the night first. So, Wayne, what's your surprise of the night?
Well, this was a very, very good sectional day today. I mean, good. Some teams just really battled and came up just short. I really was impressed with Crown Point's turnaround at halftime.
Yes.
That was amazing. But I also liked Morton 40-6 over Hammondsville. I thought that was going to be a close game.
Make that 52-6.
52-6.
52-6.
Yeah, that one just went.
Oh, wow. And then I was really pleased with KV and how well they played against New Prairie. Wow, that was just amazing.
Right.
But my surprise was Hanover Central's dominance of Boone Grove.
Sure.
I thought this was going to be a real battle. I thought this was going to be two quarterbacks.
A resident Boone Grove alum is voicing his opinion.
I've been buzzed.
Yeah, there you
go.
It's the Gong Show here.
That game actually has gone final. It's 41-20 officially.
41-20.
Wow. Okay.
To 20. That's a really, really tough game for the Boone Grove Wolves there.
Right.
Andrew, what is your surprise of the night here?
I got to go with Crown Point as well. I mean, showing that turnaround after, getting scored on first and then letting up a field goal and then coming back and absolutely dominating the whole second half. Yeah, definitely got to give it to Crown Point tonight.
Hey, Steve, what is your surprise of the night?
Well, I haven't really heard many of the scores, but I was honestly surprised with how tough KV played tonight against New Prairie. So New Prairie, as we said before, is one of the 4A defending state runners-up. KV came in as a 5-5 team. I think that they were a better team than a 5-5 record. But on paper, that seems New Prairie heavy tonight, right? There's a hero prediction, I think, of 35-17 New Prairie. But the first play of the game, the first drive that New Prairie had when they went 3-and-out against the KV defense, that really showed me, okay, KV's in this tonight. Like, they are mentally focused. They are prepared. They know exactly what New Prairie is trying to do.
Right. All right. Thanks, Steve. We appreciate it. Tom Maloney, what is your surprise of the night?
I think my surprise overall is the comebacks. Whether it was Crown Point, Valparaiso, to a certain extent, even Hanover Central. Teams getting early leads in games that they probably didn't think they would have early leads in. And, just as the youth say, fumbling the bag, so to speak. But really, just it's KV coming back in a game that, they probably, I think going into the game, we didn't think they had any business being in that game. It's sitting around looking at each other and wondering, is Chesterton really going to upset a Valpo team that, realistically has the possibility of going to semi-state or state? All of a sudden, the ghost of last year comes to play for Lafayette Jeff versus Crown Point early on. And this sort of sudden, it's the end of the year, this is how my season ends. And then, the teams that we expected to win, Hanover, Valparaiso, Crown Point, all sort of making the glorious comeback. The knight arrives on the horse to save the day sort of a thing. And they all sort of fulfilled their destiny to move forward in sectionals. I think that's probably, for me, the biggest surprise.
Fair enough. Yeah, we took the long way to get there, but a lot of the status quo hit. And that's kind of my surprise for the night here.
Do we get Andrew's surprise yet?
Yeah. Andrew, what was yours again?
It was Crown Point.
Crown Point, right. So for me, it wasn't so much the victories and who did win, it's how they all went down, right? So Valpo struggled early, a team that has overwhelmed Chesterton over the last few years. and they ended up steamrolling at the very back end. Crown Point, I thought they had the home field advantage. I thought it was going to be a close game, but the way they did it, they just destroyed Lafayette Jeff. You've got a circumstance where I thought New Prairie was going to walk all over Kankakee Valley, and they didn't. Kankakee Valley was one dropped pass away from winning that game, or at least extending it to a second overtime. So definitely a circumstance where we are going to, the teams we expected advanced, but how they did it, that was what was surprising to me.
I've got an update here. Morton goes final against Hammond Central 52-6. So Morton will be taking on Maryville next week. Again, Morton going final 52-6 over Hammond Central in that one. Almost a complete mirror to what we saw, or not a mirror, but pretty close to what we saw earlier in the year. Morton won in week 6, 56-3 over Hammond Central in that game. So the Hammond-Morton Governors moved to 5-4.
Fair enough. And, Steve, I don't know if you heard that score. You were pretty confident that the Morton Governors would win against Hammond Central.
Yeah, Morton shows that they have a high-powered offense, especially with the Howard Harris, their quarterback, and Dontel Harris, their running back. I mean, they're just prolific, man. They can score on anybody in the region at any time that they really want. I think next week at Maryville, that's going to be a good game. I think that's going to be a one-score game, possibly an overtime game even.
You're maybe a little more confident than I am, but I will say this much. Morton has been very impressive the last few weeks. They've been very impressive this year. It seems to me, at least, that Maryville is really starting to hit their stride, too, so that would be pretty interesting to me. Well, Steve, you're breaking up a little bit here. We're having trouble hearing you. We're going to let you go. We will talk to you next week.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you much. That was Steve Schmidt. Excellent job today, Steve. You really brought it down there in Kankakee Valley. So we're going to talk a little bit about next week's sectional matchups. Wayne, how about you point me in the right direction here?
Yeah, let's do this. I'm going to give you the sectional matchups, where they are. And you kind of maybe pick who you think is the strongest.
Let's do it. I think that sounds fun.
All right. Sectional 1, that is 6A. Lake Central travels to Crown Point. Lake Central is 5-5, and Crown Point is 10-0.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with, if I was picking that game, it's going to be Crown Point.
In Sectional 9, you've got Maryville traveling to Hammond Morton.
Right. So, we just discussed this. They are traveling to Hammond Morton. That is a real situation there. But I will say this much. I do think Maryville's a little too powerful for Morton.
Yeah, Maryville's 8-2 right now, and they're just playing on all cylinders. So I really think that's going to be that'll be a good test for Morton and Morton.
Two teams that are on the right side of momentum, right?
Yep,
so that's a circumstance that is always beneficial to the viewer or the listener or whomever is trying to partake in that media. That's going to be a fun game.
That is. Sectional 10 has Michigan City traveling to Valparaiso.
I think Valpo found their mojo this week. They struggled early. They knocked off the rust from the bye week, and they're going to continue that positive momentum.
Yeah, with Valpo at home was tough.
Yes. Yes.
In sectional 25, we have Hanover Central traveling to West Lafayette.
Here's where things get tricky, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So West Lafayette is a very good team, and they've had Hanover's number the last few years. Here is my philosophy on this game. The stars have aligned for Hanover Central so far this year. Is it time to slay the dragon? Can they do it? They are a senior-laden team. They are extra talented. I think that Hanover Central can get it done in West Lafayette.
My brain says, hey, be analytical. West Lafayette, they're so tough. They're so good. But my heart says Hanover Central all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my thought process right now because, you always want to, for a long drive like that, that's going to be an hour-plus drive for them. You always think, okay, the home team has that advantage, and the home team has been dominant in that series. It's going to be a tough one, but hey, Hanover has proven everybody wrong, and so far this year, and Andrew's he's waving here. He wants to interject. Andrew, what you
I
got?
actually just want to ask, where was the game last year? Do you guys remember?
No,
I do not remember.
Okay.
I think it would have been at Hanover at that point. I think that's how that works.
Depends on the draw, though.
Yeah, it depends on the draw. So I don't remember.
Let me see if I could find that.
Yeah, that sounds good. I've definitely I'm getting older in my ages here, so I can't remember much from past seasons. But that's going to be a fun game. So
I'm laughing here. He's getting older.
It was home
He's
against
still a puppy.
West Lafayette.
He's getting older.
So Tom interjected there. Thanks, Tom. It was at Hanover Central last year. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. I do think. I'm going with the heart. Why not? They've proven me wrong all year. They've proven all of us wrong. I'm going to go with Hanover Central.
All right.
Sure.
Sectional 26. Now, Knox is definitely in the championship. I don't know who won the top bracket. It was Jimtown and Fairfield and South Bend Clay and John Glenn. But whoever won it, Knox is home.
Steve's got an update here.
According to Max Preps,
Andrew,
Fairfield beat Jamestown 17-6.
All right. According to Max Preps, Fairfield beat Jamestown. I actually, thanks you, Andrew. I called you Steve on accident. I apologize for that. I guess, Tom, you have an update from our Michigan City LaPorte game. It's still not final?
Still not final. It's a baseball score. C.J. Peters tweets out that City had 4th and 28 at their own 3-yard line. Caden Pierce takes a safety after running around for a few seconds. City leads 6-5 with 14 seconds left.
Wow.
My goodness.
Wow.
My goodness. So either way, one of those teams is still running into Valpo.
Right.
But, the bottom line is that's an exciting game.
Yeah.
And the young man, Bush, I hope he's okay. That is a terrifying situation.
Yes.
As someone who had, had to be hospitalized after a game, at least that was a broken bone and not a whatever serious situation. I was not on a stretcher. So, my thoughts, my prayers go out to him, his family. I hope everything but the best for the kid, and hope it was just precautionary and not a necessary act. So
I agree.
Right.
In sectional 33, we have LaVille is playing host to Bremen. This is a big rivalry between those two, but LaVille is 10-1. They only lost one game. Do you remember what that game was?
I don't.
North Judson.
St. Pierre. Right. That's right. So now, thanks for reminding me. I'm gonna have to go with LaVille. LaVille has they've impressed me so far this year. I think that they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. They're going to march here a little bit into the sectionals.
All right, so in sectional 41, we have North Judson traveling to Triton.
Okay, so these are two good teams, but I'm going to have to go with North Judson. I believe in the North Judson St. Pierre Blue Jays. I've had a lot of fun covering games for them over the last couple decades, so I'm going to have to go with North Judson. That's another heart pick right there.
I agree. Judson is 7-4 and Triton is 8-3. Triton puts numbers up this year. They really put up some high scores. And even though they're home, I like the way that Judson plays.
Sure.
And that's it. Those are the sectionals that for us.
Yeah, that sounds good. The Northwest Indiana greater populous area has a lot of our teams have waned off. Pardon the expression there, Wayne. But that's. I was curious, who does New Prairie run into?
Okay, I can look at that
I'm not sure if we covered that one here, because they're kind of on the very edge of our listening audience, so that we don't get a ton of listeners from them. But that should be an interesting matchup as well.
They will probably play Culver Academy. Last we heard, they were big against Highland.
Is it Culver Academy or Culver
Military?
Community.
Culver. No, Community lost tonight.
So Military.
It's Culver Military. Yeah, Community's a 1A.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, so that'll be an interesting game. I have a sneaking suspicion that Coach McKim is going to have that team motivated after the close call.
Yeah,
I think they're going to be looking at some film and maybe running some. No, they wouldn't be running sprints at this time of year. You got to keep the energy up, but definitely, I think he's going to have his team going forward and pretty sharp going forward for next week. So, Wayne, what game are you looking forward to next week?
I really think, and there's certainly a couple, but number one is, how is Hanover Central going to make it down to West Lafayette and turn that loss last year into a victory?
Sure.
They have the offense, no doubt about it. They have the defense.
Right.
They've surprised, like you said earlier, everybody in the area, myself included. I was shocked that they won the Crossroads Conference and went undefeated and are still undefeated.
Right.
Now, what do they do to a West Lafayette team that is experienced?
Right, yeah.
And has the depth that they do, that Hanover Central does? That's going to be the key. I mean, Coach Parker's going to have to get in that room on Sunday, get the tape from that particular West Lafayette game, and he's going to really have to do some, defensive strategizing.
Right, exactly.
Because Hanover Central can put points up.
Right.
But they're going to have to stop a very potent West Lafayette team.
For sure. Andrew, what game are you looking forward to next week?
The same one, and I'm just taking a quick glance at West Lafayette's schedule from this past year. They won 7-3. Their 3 losses were against Harrison, Tippecanoe Valley, and Hamilton Heights.
Okay.
So Tippecanoe Valley played very well. They got a good record, and so does Hamilton Heights.
So there's not a bad loss in that group.
No, not at all. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to that one. And also, now that Crown Point has exercised the demons of last year, the sky's the limit for them right now at this point.
Yeah, I could see them winning a couple weeks here, and who knows? There is every reason to believe that these teams might make it. Down that team can make it downstate. Tom, what game are you looking forward to next week?
I'm going to pull an audible and say that I'm actually looking forward to I'm looking ahead. I'm pulling a looking ahead, and I'm looking forward to Maryville and Valpo in the regionals.
Sure.
At this point, let's be honest, it's window dressing. It's for Parlance to go ahead and play some of these next games.
Yeah.
And I think it's the to a certain extent an issue for Gary Graben and myself that when week 1 hits for high school football, we are already looking to the remaining, the biggest matchups of the season in weeks 5 and 7 and 9 as we move forward. And, we do it all the time in making sure that things are covered, that if one team wins going here and one team wins going there. I oftentimes don't always enjoy the evening. I'm getting ready as soon as we wrap up to go sit down, write up everything for next week, and figure out if there's a snowball's chance that we can do a regional in 2 weeks for game night, though it more than likely doesn't look like it just because of the way that the draw had worked out. But I guess if I had to pick a game, I'd probably Maryville and Hammond Morton.
Sure.
I want to see if Hammond Morton's for real, moving to 5-4. Maryville, their only 2 losses on the season to Valpo and Crown Point, which are probably the 2 best teams that they've played.
Right.
So I want to see if Maryville can go ahead and hang with a team that's, maybe not the same caliber as the Pirates, but pretty close, and see if they can give them a run for their money.
Sure.
Well, Tom, if you're looking for fantasy football and you're looking ahead, one game popped into my head, and that is Crown Point and Penn.
Yeah.
And that's 6A.
Yep, that's a big one.
That is a big one. Penn beat Valpo.
Yeah.
Now, Crown Point beat Valpo.
Right. And Penn actually, the Kingsmen now with that 35-0 victory tonight. That is their 5th straight shutout.
Wow.
So their defense is starting to play ball.
Or excuse me, fourth straight shutout after they beat Elkhart tonight, 35-0. So that defense is coming ready to play.
Sure.
The immovable object versus the unstoppable force. I'm a comm major, not a physics guy. I don't know how that works.
Fair enough. So, I'm going to follow the same cliche, but it's because I'm really excited about the game. I want to see how Hanover does against, West Lafayette. That's going to be our game of the week, and it is going to be a very interesting, time. And it's this year. This is the year for Hanover. The stars have aligned. We will see if it's their time to break through into the semi-state, maybe even to state, because this is their time here. Well, all right, folks, we're getting down towards the end of the hour. I'm going to let anyone have one final word, one final statement. Tom, any final statements for tonight?
I'm not sure what IHSAA eligibility is, but if Mark Rowan wants to come back next year, I'll let him.
All right, fair enough. Andrew, what is your final word here tonight?
I just want to drop a little bit of information about that Penn defense. The starting safety for the Kingsmen is none other than the son of Marcus Freeman.
Yep, that makes sense geographically,
and he's the only starting sophomore on the whole team.
Oh, there you go. Interesting note there. Wayne, what is your final?
Boy, I don't know. This has been such a great season for us, and certainly this week has really been fun. Sitting here and out of the rain,
right?
And seeing this, but I'll tell you, we've got some teams, I think, good teams that can do some damage. So next week is going to be even better.
Next week's going to be better. I'm really impressed with how everything has gone. My final word is this was a very exciting night and a lot of exciting games that ended early. So
yes.
if you haven't noticed, we filled the last half hour here pretty well. But just kind of going over, prognosticating. That's what we do. That's what we do best, is just kind of talking and filling the airwaves and putting our opinions out there, and we can't do that without our sponsors. So I want to do some thank you to some of our sponsors and the people here that have helped us out. Of course, I want to thank Purdue Federal Credit Union. They're our main show sponsor. They make all of this happen. We want to thank Sacred Dunes, who sponsors our game of the week. We also want to thank Ivy Tech as a show sponsor, NIPSCO as a show sponsor, Plasters and Cement Masons Local 692. They sponsor our local scoreboard updates. I want to thank our radio correspondents. We had Gary Graben, we had Chris Gloff, we had Dr. Reed Amons, we had Russell Broadhacker, we had Steve Schmidt, we had Jason Hill, and we had Joe Arredondo. Our TV crew tonight is Joseph Bermudez and Leila Castro. I want to thank our radio crew with Will Farlow, Andrew Johnson, and Steve Schmidt and Tom Maloney, and of course my co-host here, Wayne Svetanoff. My name is Ben Kolodzinski. This is Game Night, presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Sacred Dunes Integrative Health is your comprehensive holistic wellness center specializing in acupuncture, massage therapy, functional lab testing, nutrition, and herbal medicine. Sacred Dunes, where wellness grows. Visit sacredduneshealth.com. Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. That's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future. Support for Lakeshore Public Media is brought to you in part by NIPSCO. At NIPSCO, we're transitioning to cleaner, lower-cost energy sources such as wind and solar to build a brighter future in northern Indiana. Learn more at nipsco.com/future. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. The Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Apprenticeship Training Program provides a path to a career in a skilled trade. You can earn as you learn to be a plasterer or cement mason through an apprenticeship with Local 692. Learn more at plcm692apprenticeship.org.
This is Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
And now, the Plasterers and Cement Masons Local 692 Scoreboard Update. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt in the very dry Lakeshore Public Media studios for Game Night Scoreboard Update. One last look at all of the finals and one hanging sort of chat, if you will. The Sacred Dunes game of the week, Crown Point victorious 42-10 over Lafayette Jeff. Lake Central shuts out Portage 23-0. Warsaw was victorious over Carroll 31-17. Penn beats Elkhart 35-0. Maryville Pirates defeat the Munster Mustangs 49-7. And the Morton Governors defeat the Hammond Central Wolves 52-6. Valparaiso defeats Chesterton 31-14 in the beef of the week. Michigan City, the only Wolves to be victorious tonight, beat LaPorte 6-5. Yep, 6-5. That's right. That's actually the final score. New Prairie defeats KV in overtime 28-21. Last update we had here at the half was Culver Military over Highland 43-7. The Hanover Central Wildcats allegedly beat the Boone Grove Wolves 41-20. We will try to confirm that with other sources as well later on in the season, I guess. Go Boone Grove. West Lafayette defeats Rensselaer 42-7. John Glenn takes out Fairfield 25-8. Knox holds on in a tight one over West Noble 15-13. Bremen holds on against a Wheeler comeback, victorious 21-18. It was all LaVille from the onset. They shut out Whiting 50-0. And it was all North Judson over South Newton 42-0. And the last update we had in this one, for Triton over Culver Community, it was 41-0 Triton. We do have one update here for Culver Academy, up 43-7 over Highland in that game. Again, 43-7. I'm Tom Maloney in for Steve Schmidt. This has been Lakeshore Game Night. We now join Blues Night on Friday evenings.